with that answer. It's Teresa. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. Teresa, how many bones in the human body?
206.
That's the answer I have. Yes, correct. 206. Hang on the line. Going to grab your information, and we are going to give you $50 in 10 times the cash scratch-off tickets from the New Jersey Lottery. You can play today because anything can happen in Jersey.
The old joke, Preston, it's 207 if you're Mrs. Polk.
Oh, that's the old joke, right?
But why? Because I started looking when you said, oh, it's the answer I have. Wikipedia literally says about 206 to 213. Why is there a discrepancy?
They're referencing the Mrs. Polk joke.
Honestly, I think some bones fuse together at certain ages, too.
Well, they have to because it says that kids have 300 bones.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. So it depends on your age.
Yep. Sometimes you'll crap a bone.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was pre-med.
So Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian have gone on 2 dates in 2 days in New York. They met up for a rooftop dinner date in Staten Island on Tuesday. Sources tell TMZ the two entered one of Davidson's favorite restaurants, which is Campagna, through the back door.
Wow.
And on Wednesday...
That's how she became famous.
That's true, yes. On Wednesday, the two celebs dined at Zero Bond, Manhattan's A-list private members club.
All right.
The restaurant sources. So they keep turning up the lights really bright. Does anybody notice that?
Here's the deal.
And I can't read the script in front of me when the lights get really, really
Our
bright.
surrounding lights here, Preston, are not on. So that we're using a different light configuration today.
Well, it's blinding me, and I have this in front of me here. So
and you have diarrhea, and your throat hurts.
Christ, man. Just add it to the list. Restaurant sources confirmed to Page Six that the pair had dinner together, despite arriving separately. Another insider told the outlet that the date appeared casual.
Well, my guess is that they're having a little bit of fun. I don't see any long... But I think, Kathy, you pointed out, why, if you're Kim Kardashian, why at this point in your life... What is there an overwhelming need to get married again? Why would you?
I don't understand why these people do.
Yeah.
I mean, just be
they're not good at it.
A serial dater or have a long-term relationship because it just causes so many problems for them.
What about these two? Maybe on social, kind of this rumor started to pop up, and they saw it and they said, you know what?
Let's have fun with it.
Let's have fun with this.
Yep, I agree.
That could happen
too. Yes.
You know what? Marissa and I actually had a conversation in Chicago about it and how she was saying she thinks that there are a lot of celebrity couples that do it just for the publicity and we'll walk around, we'll get some photos together, and then we'll break up.
Kathy,
it'll be a big thing.
Years ago, as part of the movie system of the MGM and the Warner Brothers and all that, they had a division that would actually arrange those sort of star dates to get press.
Yeah, why don't we set something up with Kathy and Gary Lauer?
In
a public
Let's
location.
go to the back door.
Oh, dear God.
This is my favorite place. It's Scottish. It's called McDonald's.
It's
No, they're going to go to Goobers in Manhattan.
Goobers. Great pork rinds. I read about it. Kenny Lee loves it.
You know what? Wait, I have to tell you this story really quick. My next business.
Did you have a Gary Lauer dream?
No, after this radio thing is over, I swear, it started back when Lindsay Lohan was going through her troubles, and she, it was all this terrible press, and I'm like, I could work as somebody to repair a bad reputation. Somebody who did something. I could go in, I could set them up, I'd have them out, have positive reviews on what they're doing, maybe set them up with events and link them to a charity. They could go out and do charity events, and I could repair their image. So
like
I think that might be
PR rehabilitation.
Yeah, right, exactly.
No, and I think we've talked about this instinctively. Look at people who've been able to, over long careers, look at like Tom Hanks or someone who has just been able to move around and never catch any crap or any bad press.
Yeah.
There's a way to do it.
There's a way to do it. Exactly.
I believe you could do that, Kathy, simply on watching you in Chicago split up our bill at dinner at Gibson's between the 10 of us the other night. I was so impressed with her attention to detail. Did you watch what she was doing?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know what she did.
I was sitting right next to her.
It was impressive.
I was like, I can help here. And then I realized that you had it under control, and I'm going to back the F off.
Yeah.
And I don't want to interfere with it.
I could see you doing that. All right, so here's the story that I teased earlier. Listen to this. Will Smith reveals in his forthcoming memoir that he once contemplated killing his own father.
Whoa.
He writes in an excerpt published in People, when I was 9 years old, I watched my father punch my mother in the side of the head so hard that she collapsed.
Yeah.
I saw her spit blood, And that moment in that bedroom, probably more than any other moment in my life, has defined who I am. Although he says his father, William Carroll Smith Sr., was, quote, at every game, play, and recital when he was growing up, their relationship was complicated, and the trauma of that moment stayed with him forever. Decades later, when Will Sr. was recovering from cancer, Smith considered shoving his father down the stairs.
What?
So yeah.
this
Still
is
because of that initial...
Yeah, it stuck with him that hard. He said, he recalled, as a child, I'd always told myself that I would one day avenge my mother, and that when I was big enough, when I was strong enough, when I was no longer a coward, that I would slay him.
Oh.
There was on Twitter there was a clip trending from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Do you remember the episode where his estranged father, I think Ben Vereen was playing him, came back into his life, and they showed the clip. It was very dramatic.
Yep. And he's telling Uncle Phil why did he do that?
Right.
It's very emotional.
Yeah, and you can tell he's pulling on something there, you know?
Yeah.
Is he still alive, Will Smith Sr.?
No, instead of pushing him down the stairs, he helped his old man to the bathroom, and Will Sr. lived another 16 years. He died in 2016.
Oh, wow.
The new memoir called Will be released on November 9th. In all the years, we've never talked to Will Smith, and I would love to speak to him here in his native land of Philadelphia.
And the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is basically your story.
It is. He needs to know this.
I lived it, Will.
Let's see here. Joe Exotic's prostate cancer has returned. The Tiger King star, whose real name is Joseph A. Maldonado, wrote on Facebook Wednesday, everyone, it is with a sad face that I have to tell you the doctors have called me today to break the news that my prostate biopsy came back with an aggressive cancer. I am still waiting on the results from other tests as well. He said, right now, I don't want anyone's pity, and I'm sure Carol will have her own party over this. So you have to throw that in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talk about bitter.
Maldonado continued by writing that he hopes his innocence will finally be proven so that he can go home for treatment and enjoy, quote, what life I have left with my loved ones.
Okay, Kathy, here's your first assignment. I want you to fix his PR.
Wow.
I could do it. I could do it.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
All right.
You should contact me.
Should he go out on a meet cute date with Carol Baskin?
I have to put some thought into this, but I can do it.
Wait, what's a meet cute date? I've heard of that before.
Well, you get it. So they actually meet in person for a date for the first time. It's arranged. All the cameras are there. Yeah.
I like it. Matthew Hutchins, husband of late Rust director of photography, Helena Hutchins, has hired a law firm which specializes in wrongful death litigations. According to Deadline, Matthew has brought in the LA-based firm Panish, Shea, Boyle, Revaputi, with partner Brian Panish acting as lead counsel. Helena Hutchins was, of course, shot by the prop gun discharged by Alec Baldwin on October 21st. So they have definitely, you knew that was going to happen.
Excuse me, did you see that they're floating the notion, and this sounds like a legal tactic. They just put it out on the table there that there might have been, somebody might have planted a bullet in the gun on purpose.
Saw that yesterday.
Yeah, that's how they cloud up the things.
I didn't really
somehow
report on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's all kinds of rumors and things like that.
Sure,
That are floating. So we'll see. Jennifer Garner flashed a diamond ring in a recent Instagram Live appearance, fueling rumors that she is engaged to boyfriend John Miller. The actress was talking with her 13, going on 30 co-star Judy Greer when she took a sip of tea, revealing a massive rock on her left finger. Garner and the Cali Burger CEO have been dating since October 2018, with the exception of a brief split beginning in August 2020. So when I watch Instagram videos, they're reversed, right? Because you see writing is written backwards.
Yeah, right.
On shirts and products and stuff like that. I hate that. I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, Instagram's like the only platform that seems to happen on.
Yeah.
So
I'm
there's
wondering,
a lot.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that is, did anybody check and see if that was indeed her left hand that ring was on?
Was it the right
It's
hand?
true. The right hand. I don't know.
That pisses me off still that there's no, that you can't upload stuff off your laptop or whatever, that you got.
I read the other day that they were now allowing that. Now, I haven't tried to do it. I haven't gone on my laptop, but I read last week that Instagram was either instituting that or had already been doing it or beta testing it. Finally.
All right.
That always bothered me, but they really want you to do it on your phone.
I know, but I don't always. A lot of times I just don't because it's annoying.
Yeah. So Paul Newman's unfinished memoir will be published by Alfred A. Knopf next fall. According to the publisher, the manuscript was recently discovered in the Connecticut home where Newman's wife, Joanne Woodward, still lives. The Cool Hand Luke actor started writing a book in the 1980s and addressed such topics as acting, directing, boyhood, family, fame, Hollywood, Broadway, love, and his first marriage, his 50-year marriage to Woodward, drinking, politics, racing, his ultimate ride to stardom, and aging gracefully.
That was a cool dude, man.
Yeah,
he really was. I mean, he loved auto racing. Cool Hand Luke is one of my all-time favorite movies.
I know I have your DVD. I haven't given it back yet. I don't know if I'm going to.
That's all right.
But he was also very philanthropic with the Newman brand.
Yes.
Newman's own.
And the stuff is good.
Yeah, so he was he lived a hell of a life. He died in 2008.
Cool Hand Luke, speaking of, like, you know, what Kathy... So you can't help somebody unless they want to help themselves, right? So you can't and so in Cool Hand Luke, you're like, dude, just stop, like
But that wasn't his.
Don't say anything. Like, you're only in here for like a small little crime. You're gonna get out of here soon enough. If you just be quiet, you know.
It's a great movie.
It is a great movie.
Yeah.
That would be my first advice. Shut up.
Yeah, right. Let's repair your problem.
Can I just
Shut
say
up.
something? Shut up.
I've heard you give that advice before.
Yeah, Bolaris
Bolaris.
should have been my first client.
I know.
I was going
like, John, just stop talking.
No more
Stop
interviews.
putting things on Twitter. Just stop.
Yep.
Shut up.
Did he listen?
No, John was a terrible client.
Olivia Munn told today that she is scared to welcome her first child with John Mulaney. The actress told Hold a Copy, I feel good, I feel scared, I feel nervous, and I'm excited. Well, that's what almost all new parents feel.
Did she clarify if they've, because there are rumors that she'd broken up with Mulaney?
No, I don't think they touched on it. She said, I feel every day the feelings are just rotating through. Munn added that she's also overwhelmed by the amount of stuff that babies need, adding, I just don't know how many many of each item that I need. Like, how many blankets does a baby need?
Okay, stop.
Yeah, so. Steve, listen to this. Fox's 2003 reality show Joe Millionaire is getting a reboot.
So Joe Millionaire was one of the first of the which is now a staple of reality shows. And do you remember the contestants? The winner?
The very first one was Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire, I think was that one.
Right.
And then the Joe Millionaire was where...
the parody.
The women believed that he was a millionaire, but he was not. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, so Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire was Darva Conger.
Right.
And I forget the guy's name. And it turned out that if you really did some math fudging, the guy was close to $1 million.
He had $1 million.
Yeah. So in this one, it was a complete scam. And we were wondering how you could do that again, because wouldn't people be hep to it?
Yeah, so the updated version, Joe Millionaire for Richer or Poorer, comes with a twist, this time featuring two single men. One is a millionaire and one is not.
There you go.
I remember that one. They did some sneaky editing, and so they wanted you to believe that the woman, like, behind closed doors with Joe Millionaire, they had like
they had sex.
They had a noise that was like...
Yeah, it was like a gulping sound.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this dude's getting a Hummer.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I remember.
And it was like the first time, because they never did that on The Bachelor.
No.
And Who Wants to Marry Her? But this one, I was like, and I think they said, no, I think she was just like maybe drinking a cup of coffee.
It was such a condescending show too, because the guy was just like was a contractor or something. Like, oh my god, it's like, well, come on, do you like the guy or not?
Yeah.
The competition series will debut on Fox in January. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. We'll return to FXX for its 15th season on December 1st.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
10 p.m. The comedy will return with 8 episodes after a 2-year hiatus, making it the longest-running live-action comedy series in television history.
That's insane.
So Rob McElhenney gave our induction speech at the Radio Hall of Fame, and he brought that up. It just seems... and you can see it even boggles his mind when he says it.
Yeah, it was such a great speech, too, because he goes, when we started our first season, we were so excited for this big media blitz, and we put out a press release, and we were waiting for the onslaught of all the media representatives to come back and say, yes, we're going to book your interview. And he said, only one of them asked for an interview, and that was the Preston and Steve show. So since day one, he said that we've been supporting them, and obviously we love him to death. So that's cool. 15th season, longest running live-action comedy television series in TV history.
And there's no reason to not keep it going. It's they only do a handful of episodes, and we love seeing it.
All right, one last story, and I don't know if this might lead to a discussion or not, but as the calendars flip to November, Mariah Carey's hit song, All I Want for Christmas Is You, is getting ready to make its annual trip onto the airwaves. But not everybody is ready to embrace the Christmas spirit as the Queen of Christmas. A bar in Dallas riled up some fans and garnered a response from Mariah herself after putting a ban on the patrons playing her Christmas classic until December 1st.
Oh.
So you're saying you can't play that song until December 1st?
I think that's cool.
And then it can only be played one time per night. I'm all right with it. I personally love that song.
Yeah.
I think it's a great Christmas song.
It is a great song.
But I'm tired of Thanksgiving being railroaded by Christmas. It's the Fredo of the holidays.
Yeah.
It gets passed over.
Well, you know what, man?
And I want to wait until after that to start the Christmas love.
Let's talk to Kathy about rejuvenating Thanksgiving's reputation. I think Thanksgiving really needs like a onslaught of good movies and programming. Do you know what I mean? Like Christmas
It's not
has
going to happen.
I know.
Yeah,
Well,
because you got the big mother just a few weeks away. I'll tell you what, though. Here's why it does dovetail with Christmas, because at the end of the parades, Santa makes his debut, so that kicks it off.
I kind of like that it's the sleeper holiday. I like that it's sort of under the radar, and it makes me appreciate it. You know, Christmas gets all the glitz and the glamour, and Thanksgiving sits there in the pocket, and I appreciate the fact that it's sort of the underdog holiday.
you know what? Okay, so hang on a second. You know why it doesn't get any? Because kids don't get gifts on Thanksgiving.
Right.
So all you need to do is just one time, one person on Facebook, or Instagram, go, here's your Thanksgiving Day basket.
Now that I don't want.
My nephew's got Halloween gifts.
Here's your cornucopia filled with presents.
Who's that demon that comes around on Halloween
Krampus.
now? No. On Halloween, there's a name that's attached to some Halloween fairy that shows up. It's like I don't know what the hell it is. Anyway,
I think
Mrs. Polk.
no, it's not. It's not Krampus. Krampus is Christmas. Yeah, there's a Halloween one now. That Snap Cricket or something like that. I don't know. I'm whatever. Both my nephews got Halloween presents.
Stop
they
that.
already got candy.
Stop that. I don't want
What
any
the
more
hell?
presents. No.
Well, you diminish the joy of Christmas and all the other holidays if every day you get a freaking gift.
No, I don't want Thanksgiving gifts. I don't want none of that. None of that.
none it.
No. But anyway, I thought
Enough.
that might open
Shut
up
up.
some discussion. So, all right, anyhow, we should probably do the clips. And can I have them?
Oh, yeah. Here is your Thanksgiving Day present, Preston.
Thank you, Casey. Hang on here. Hand it to me. All right, so in the new Netflix holiday film Love Hard.
Love hard.
Wow.
Kathy.
Yeah.
A woman finds her perfect match on a dating app and flies to California to surprise him for Christmas, only to find out that she's been brutally catfished. In this clip, star Nina Dobrev talks about her new character, Natalie. Go ahead, Jason.
A little over the top for sure, and very ballsy, but you gotta give her credit for being spontaneous and putting herself out there, because it could have gone any which way, and in her case it didn't. But I mean, I've done that in the past. I've definitely flown very, very, very far away in the pursuit of love.
Shut the f*** up!
Love Hard will be streaming on Netflix this Friday. Here's your next clip. Dickinson tells life and hardships of writer Emily Dickinson in the 19th century. In this clip, star Haley Steinfeld shares her concerns on portraying such a legendary woman. Clip, please.
I have only ever hoped in any moment that I've been in this character that I have at all done her story and her life and her relationships and her relationship with her self-justice. So I guess I would probably be leaning in after every moment, not even episode, but every scene. I'd be like, what do you think?
Shut the f*** up!
Season 3 of Dickinson will be streaming on Apple TV this Friday.
It's supposed to be a good show, and I have just never seen it.
Season 3. So
Yeah.
you can check it out.
The Switch Witch is what I was referring to.
Switch Witch.
Yeah, and I believe what the Switch Witch does is if you can leave a little bit of candy behind that you got on Halloween, and then the Switch Witch will switch out the candy that you left behind.
Right.
And you get a present as a result.
Well, it's so that the
And
kids
I love
don't-
my nephews, but what the hell?
It's so the kids don't keep all of the candy, or if they have candy they don't like, you take it and you can donate it to like.
You're saying it's not real?
What?
What the it's not real?
No, it's not just so the kids
It's
get
not
a
real.
gift.
Switch Witch does not exist. Switch Witch is not like Santa Claus.
Okay, so now we're making up these fake things.
Stop it.
People that
Enough.
come and leave gifts and so on.
More gifts.
Yeah. All right.
You already got candy.
All right, I know what you're saying, though,
Switch
Kathy.
Witch.
It's to get some of the candy back.
Switch Witch.
By the way, I need to mention that this hour is sponsored by Acme Markets. Camp-out donations for Phil Abundance are being accepted at the checkout register at your local Acme Market now through November 24th, by the way. Acme Fresh Foods and local flavors. We have a show to get to besides what we've been talking about. We have some guests on the program. Some donations are going to be taking place. We are indeed in the Wells Fargo Center parking lot right next to Xfinity Live. We got Daybreak. It's going to be another decent day today, 52 degrees. Clouds, but no rain or anything like that. We would love for you to be here, and we're definitely going to do a listener-based contest. We're going to need some bodies in the tent this morning to participate in that, and I'll probably do that close to 9 o'clock or so. And we got some people. Hopefully, you guys are going to stick around to be a part of our contest. I hope so. So we'll take a break, and we'll come back with more of the Camp Out for Hunger on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve.
To show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to hear.
Took the first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has
And
renewed.
now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
I'm having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And it's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh my God, Casey, her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Imogen Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her.
She has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the?
Oh yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in. She's in.
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable.
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. Remember that? Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done
like
that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, you have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
You can't, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting.
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. The cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have
stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I gotta hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her.
Yes, she's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a book?
Chit Chat. I want to mention that this hour is sponsored by WSFS Bank. WSFS, a proud sponsor of the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger. And WSFS Bank is We Stand for Service, by the way.
I know that. Yeah.
With that, we are going to welcome to our microphone the Chief Customer Officer, Sherry Krasinski of WSFS, who is here this morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Nice to see you, Shari. And along with you, who do we have here today?
We have our Chief Marketing Officer, Justin Dunn. We have our Pennsylvania Market President, Pat Ward.
The big wigs are here from WSFS. You guys started helping us out with the Camp Out for Hunger a number of years ago, and you always bring these badass green hats with you. I love it. I put mine on. I love this. I already have one at home. But this is my favorite stocking cap to wear.
I got to get a picture of you in that. You look great.
Thank you very much. How are things at WSFS? You guys all good?
We are great. Things are wonderful. We've been very, very busy. And like you said, we've been involved in this for years now. This is our 4th year, and we are so proud to sponsor this. And I'm so glad that, we've got a bit of a crowd here this year. So
yeah.
Than last year.
Well, you've seen it.
Great to see everyone.
You've seen it full, and it does feel a little bit more normal, doesn't it?
More normal.
We anticipate next year the full shebang, but coming out and seeing people and the rides and everything happening, it makes you feel good. And seeing you guys makes us feel especially good, because you guys have been very vigorous supporters of the Camp Out for Hunger, and that is great. And you guys always tend to do good things for us.
Yes, we really appreciate what you are doing. We love to contribute to that. I would just say, too, we are also just as passionate about food. And we have had, for 18 years now, a food drive that we do in Delaware, Pennsylvania, and now New Jersey. And then, obviously, with support of your efforts here, it just was a perfect fit for us.
Awesome. How many branches of Wisfis in our area?
So we're actually working on a combination with Bryn Mawr Trust, and anticipate that closing in late January, and we'll have 94 locations
Wow.
to serve you.
Where's the home office? Because I see in the commercial there's the big building. Is that local, or is that where are the head honchos hanging out at for Wisfis?
We're all over the place.
You're all over the place. All right.
So I'll let Justin take that one.
All
But
right.
we're headquartered in Wilmington.
Delaware.
All right.
Yeah, you guys do have cool commercials, by the way. They feature the Philadelphia skyline.
Yeah.
Justin, are you in charge of that? Yeah, they're impressive, and it's I love anything that shows up on TV or movies, and it's just silly, but that show off Philadelphia in a really positive light, and they make the city look fantastic. So kudos to you guys for putting those together.
Thank you, appreciate that.
And by the way, it's taken me a couple. I remember the first year you guys came down here, I couldn't say Wisfis.
Yeah.
I could not say it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I was like Wisfis. I kept
What
saying
does
Wisfis.
this mean?
You're getting it wrong.
There's a
Preston.
vowel missing.
Wisfis.
We
And
spent
now.
a good bit of time talking about that, and it was great free advertising for us. You guys spent a good 5 minutes.
So you get it. You get it. When we mess up, people still like it.
Yes.
I love it.
Good.
Now it rolls off the tongue, which is wonderful. All right, so a donation, I believe you guys are going to submit today, correct?
Yes.
All right, what do we have? Can you tell us, please?
Absolutely. So let's see.
right,
Justin's coming around.
He's going to do
okay.
a little
we gotta
dance
do
number.
the big check.
All right.
We got to do the big check.
Nice.
You know.
All right. Oh, wait a minute. We have. I'm being handed something. A
Yes.
gigantic envelope.
All right, it's
Yeah,
a,
It has a picture of a
it's
truck.
subpoena.
It says special delivery.
It's not a subpoena.
Okay.
You've been served, both of you.
It's a picture of a truck with our soup cans in the back, and it says Preston Elliott on here.
Yeah.
They spelled my name correctly.
And mine
Wonderful.
says
So-
Steve Morrison.
We were going to put these in the mail. We were worried they wouldn't get to you, so we brought them personally. We want to recognize you for being honored and in the Hall of Fame now for radio. I've been listening to you all week. I know you were honored last weekend in Chicago, and you've just done so much for this city, and we wanted to make a donation on your behalf, in addition to our big check.
That is so
To
nice.
the Camp Out for Hunger.
Okay, so this is like a threefold donation that's taking place right now. So my check is made out. It says, in honor of Preston Elliott and Phil Abundance, pay to the order of Phil Abundance, $2,500.
Nice.
And is yours?
Mine. It is awesome. That is so kind of you to do that.
All right, so that's $5,000 altogether. And then we have this other giant check for, it says $10,000.
$15,000.
15 G's. Wow.
That is awesome.
That's wonderful. Oh my
Thank
goodness.
you, guys. It's very sweet to do it in our name. So, and then good because it stops us from cashing them.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Smart.
And using them for no good.
Yeah,
so
it
that's
says pay to
great.
the order of Phil Abundance. We can't cash these,
That's right.
unfortunately. So,
That's awesome. Thank you.
You guys are the best. Thank you for continued support.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Wisfis, guys.
Yes, these guys are great.
Pat and Justin, all for being here this morning and helping support and make this event happen, because it does take a lot of great sponsors to pay for all this equipment and get this the hardware here and everybody we need.
A huge mechanism. Yeah.
I take my hat off because I'm
Your little ball on the top is making it hard for your headphones to sit right.
toasty warm in here today.
Head balls are a problem, Preston.
Oh, man. So, you know what? We have some time to chat about some stuff. And you know what we haven't done all week long?
What?
We have not strolled the campus of the Just Saying Institute.
Wow.
And it is time to head to the JSI.
Let me set it up right here, Preston.
Okay.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Sarah Polk Museum of First Lady Erotica and off-color jokes. I finally found out what her first name was.
You looked it up.
Sarah Polk.
I looked it up. Yeah,
She Polk's my First Lady Erotica.
Yeah, and off-color jokes.
I love it. I love it. All right.
Terrific.
I did see this story at the JSI. Conversations with strangers don't typically get very deep, but a new study suggests that maybe they should. University of Chicago researchers found that people overestimate the awkwardness of deeper conversations and underestimate their enjoyment. But researcher Nicholas Epley says that if people could get past these misconceptions, they could form more meaningful connections. He says as the pandemic wanes and we get back to talking with each other again, being aware that others also like meaningful conversation might lead you to spend less time in small talk and have more pleasant interactions as well. Essentially, he's saying it's okay to talk to a stranger about a deep conversation.
I like this because I do believe that a lot of the social skills have been rendered inert for a long time, and so people are getting back to those common things. Now, for what we do, Preston, we're professional communicators, but I'd say all the time, I know you're the same way, sometimes you feel awkward when you're talking to, like at the event at the Hall of Fame, you get into these little conversations and like, am I boring this person or what?
Well, there were a couple of people I wanted to meet, and I was like, okay, what am I going to say?
What
to
am
this
I going to
person?
say?
I don't know them. Well, I know who they are. They don't know who I am.
Right.
And I want to go bring up a conversation. I had to stop and think about, okay, what can I bring up, and where will that conversation lead before I go and I start talking to them? But that's mainly small talk.
That's small talk. So you should have gone over and said, what is the meaning of life?
Right, exactly.
Well, okay, but so many times, and I know we all feel the same way, when you have that interaction with a complete and total stranger, you walk away with it going, man, that was awesome.
They love me.
That was maybe, but no. That was a really great moment. And most recently, I told you guys about this when I sat down to get my flu shot. I'm sitting with the lady that I got the flu shot from, and we talked for and it wasn't me this time, but it was a we conversation, not a me conversation. We just had such a great.
You weren't talking about yourself. You were engaged in an exchange.
We were engaged in a conversation about we were talking about
enough about me,
social issues.
What do you think about me? No,
but I walked away with it feeling so good about it that
you made a connection.
We made a connection. And I went and bought her a cake as a result. I came back and it was like a thank you.
He did. But here, but Casey's great at that. When we were leaving for Chicago, so we were on the same flight. Casey was in a group or two ahead of me boarding, and so I eventually I'm getting in the jetway, and it had a turn in it, and I couldn't see all the way down to the end of it, but I could hear two people talking, and Casey was by himself, and I could hear two people. No, actually, your wife was with you, right?
On the way
there.
Yes.
But I hear two male voices, blah, 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 this and this and that. And I go, as soon as I come around the corner, it's Casey talking to somebody he's never met before in a deep conversation. Sure enough, I come around the corner, it's Casey and another guy talking in a deep conversation. I just knew it was going to be you.
Uh-huh.
You're great at that. You're great at striking up conversations with strangers.
Anyone.
Yeah,
especially with when you start talking about pretzels and things.
And he and I were talking.
Could you help me?
We were actually talking about the weekend prior. The Eagles had played in Las Vegas and blah blah blah, and so we were just talking a little bit about
How did that come up?
Maybe I was wearing an Eagles hat.
Oh, and he said something to you?
Yeah, and I think he might have even been getting on a plane that was going out there. It might have been the case, and he was like, man, the plane was filled with Eagles fans.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You look for common ground, but I mean, to the point of this is that you should not be afraid to launch into something, because that's a good conversation, something a little bit more meaningful, correct?
Although, have you ever had a stranger start to tell you things that are...
That's what I was going to say.
Going,
wow. Why are they...
Why me?
To be honest, sir, I can't even imagine why there's blood in your stool.
Right. Yeah. I've had where I'm like, I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Right.
I don't know who this person is.
It's too much information sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say you're an addict, sir.
Yeah. They feel the need to talk to someone.
Now, if you excuse me, I'm getting on this flight.
But I've also had that where I'm, in the middle of the conversation, I'm thinking, why are they telling me this? And then I go, in my mind, I'm like, they need to have somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
They don't have anybody else to say this to right now.
You want to be that person. Have you ever been in a case, though, Casey, where you are... you believe that the conversation has reached its inevitable conclusion, and you're in a situation where, say, you are getting on a flight, where you keep coming up next to this person again, and it's like,
There's a threshold where you have to go, okay.
Can we wrap it up?
Do we find a new subject,
Yeah.
or are we done now? And will there be just silence? And,
Stop talking to me. I'm thinking.
Right?
Have you ever pulled the, you know what, I'm gonna go stand over there now.
Yeah.
Not near you anymore.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
not stated that, but actually just done it. And go,
Occasionally-
all right, it's been nice talking to you.
You got to use the
Walk-
spinal tap move, right? We've got to go wait in the lobby now.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but it can be awkward. But sometimes I've had strangers that I'm like, okay, that was great. I'm glad I started talking to this person. But more often than not, no.
I would say now, especially with everyone getting out and meeting each other and starting up those lines of communication, maybe be a little bit more receptive to someone who really just wants to talk to someone.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, when Press, remember when we were in Chicago, we were walking. We wanted to stop somewhere because we decided at the last minute, you know what, we need to get into an Uber because it's raining. And I was like, okay, we need to stop at a Dunkin' Donuts or something. And I saw a guy walking in the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah.
Who had a Dunkin' Donuts cup. And I was like, hey, where is that? And he just kept walking. And he did not want to engage me. And I just wanted to find out where he got his cup of coffee.
But the way you said it to him, you go, where is that?
Yeah.
You said it like that. You pointed right at his cup. You go, where is that?
And he was like, nope.
And I think it was a bit much, as opposed to, hey, where's a Dunkin' Donuts nearby? He may not have understood what you said.
But it was pretty funny. I was
I'm
like,
sorry,
I guess
I'm not gay.
What?
I'm not into your stuff.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to know where I can get a cup of.
Well, you should have said that from the beginning. You pointed at my crotch and said, where is that?
That's a great line. I should have it ready. I'm sorry, I'm not gay.
No, I wasn't propositioning you.
Yep. I'm sorry, I'm married. So anyhow, all right, here's something else from the Just Saying Institute to pass along to you, and this has to do with relationships. Natural disasters like hurricanes and wildfires are devastating to go through, but one study suggests that they could have a positive impact on relationships.
I love natural disasters.
And it helped your relationship, didn't it?
Absolutely.
Researchers...
My wife and I met at the base of an erupting volcano.
Researchers at the University of Texas in Austin interviewed 231 newlywed couples prior to hurricanes. Hurricane Harvey hitting Texas in 2017.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of banging during that one.
The team originally set out to study the effects of everyday stressors, such as financial problems and the transition to parenthood. After Hurricane Harvey, they re-interviewed couples about their relationship satisfaction, finding the couples appreciated their partners more after being jolted out of the day-to-day stress of life. So what you might need to move your relationship forward is a good old natural disaster.
Well, there's that if you're on a plane.
We're in this together.
Right, we're in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and emotions, go on high, and you start to feel things that you have not felt before, and maybe there's a sense of, I don't know how much longer we have. Well, let's finger blast.
Getting through something. No.
Yeah.
Getting through something together.
Kathy was about to agree to that.
Well, you find out
about to go, finger blast.
You find out the humanity on somebody when they're going through a tough time, going through a traumatic event, and not for nothing, but you also have something to talk about.
Yes.
You know, like, hey, remember that hurricane? That was awful.
Yeah, but it can always, I feel like it goes either way. Like you can get through it together, or there are times where it's just like it's not happening.
The pandemic is a perfect example of that. I mean, some people, the pandemic strengthened the relationships, and it also killed relationships.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things, and I hate to bring this up because it's a terrible subject, when parents go through the loss of a child, you would think that would strengthen a bond, and most times it actually pushes people apart.
Yeah, well, because there was a psychologist or somebody talking about it on TV, and what it ends up doing is you are constantly seeing a person who is a reminder of the pain.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Even if not through any fault of that person,
and also
it is framing you in a thing you don't want to experience.
And also watching them grieve, they might grieve a little bit different than you, and you might take that as some type of an offense. It's really a strange thing.
It's tough.
That people can go through.
Yeah, my parents went through it. They lost their first child, and it was not a miscarriage or anything like that. It was, the child was born and was alive for a few months, and my dad, he talked to me about it before, and he's like, it could have been like, hey, peace out, and it didn't, and actually for them it strengthened their bond with God, and that was how they were able to get through it. They got through it together and through, their church. And so so I can see, but I can also see how, what you were saying, like, whenever I look at you, it just reminds me of that.
Right.
Me, particularly?
I just think of, horrible things when I look at you.
When I look at Steve, it just reminds me of the most horrible things of life.
This got too heavy. We're moving on.
Yeah, let's move on.
I'm sorry about that. We'll move on to something a little bit
now.
lighter. Okay.
Child murder.
Here we go. No.
Let's lighten it up.
No.
Yeah, what's the best way
Homework.
to take out a kid?
All right, homework sucks. Many schools dole out 10 minutes of homework for each grade level. What are you talking about? I had hours of homework when I was a kid.
Yes. I always got 10 minutes.
Wait, is it 10 minutes per, like, so if
Per
you're in
class.
Well, this is for younger kids. Okay, it says so first graders should get just 10 minutes of work to do at home, while high schoolers should be cracking the books for up to 2 hours each night. There you go.
That's what I was trying to say. So
That's
if you're
crazy.
if you're in 6th grade, it's 6 times 10.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So, but
That's a crock of crap.
multiple studies have found that kids are usually getting more homework than that each night, and also one study found a correlation between homework and strengthened achievement among 7th graders, but another found that students who did more hours of homework experienced greater behavioral engagement in school, but also more academic stress, physical health problems, and lack of balance in their lives.
Wait, if they had homework?
If they had that amount of homework. Further complicating homework who has access to high-speed internet and who doesn't, as millions of households still lack fast, reliable internet. So can homework be made into a good thing? How can homework be made into a good thing?
I don't think it can.
Some experts say homework should be decoupled from students' overall grades to take the pressure off, while others say making homework more useful for kids may also come down to picking the right types of assignments, as research has shown that it's easier to learn material revisited several times in short bursts rather than during long study sessions.
When you were a kid, when you got home, did you ever do homework, first off? Did you do it right after school, or did you wait?
I never did homework.
Yeah,
I was the worst, and it is what killed my grades. It is absolutely, I barely graduated from high school.
Right.
And it's mainly because of homework. I just didn't want to do it. I hated it. I was not good academically. And school was not for me.
I did it. I would do it right when I got home to get it
Steve,
the
I
hell
was-
out of the way. Yeah.
I did it, and you know what? I'm actually struggling a little bit because I'm trying to teach Jace that to do it right when just because I like to get it completely
Get it
over
done.
and done with. So now what he does is he does it in the car on the way home. I don't know if do I tell him no? We got to wait home. We got to sit at a table.
No,
I mean,
do it.
At this point, he's doing it and he's doing everything correctly.
Yeah.
So
Whatever habits are getting him to do it at this point,
Is
stick
okay?
with those habits. Yeah.
all right, okay.
No, listen, I've completely changed now because when doing prep work for the show, like immediately, I like to, that is the first thing I do when we get done with the program. I start prepping for the next day. I want to get this stuff done, and I've completely changed my ways.
Yeah, and then you can enjoy the rest of your day. That's why I
can
figure
start drinking.
You can start drinking. Well, okay, so speaking
Start
of which,
drinking, you can fall in with a bad crowd. You can do all the things you want to do.
in college, I had a friend. He's a doctor now, and and the dude partied, right? And he had a great time in college, but his general philosophy was like, I've got to get my work done now. And he would lock himself in the library, get his work done, and then the second it was done, it was like, all right, let's go. Let's party.
It's time for meth.
It's time for meth or whatever we need to do. Just get our work done first. My son now is in high school, and he's never had, in grade school, never had free periods, right? Now they have free periods in high school, and it's an opportunity for him to get work done.
Oh, study hall was my... I had for 2 years in high school, I had study hall in 7th period.
Yeah.
That was homework time. I got that stuff knocked out big time.
He's not using it properly. He's having football catches with his friends. And I'm like, dude,
that helps.
If you just do your work and then it's done. He's like, no, man.
I wanted to get home in time to watch my soap operas, Preston.
Dude, Preston, I was like you. I avoided it at all. I procrastinated with every bit of homework. I'm so lucky. I never have to tell my son to do his homework. He does it on Saturdays, on the weekends.
But yet you zipped through college in 7 years.
7.5. 7.5. Thank you very much. No, listen. I'm so glad that my son gets it from his mother because any study habits that he learned from me, you would be a terrible student.
Yeah.
So, he gets it done on a Saturday, and I never have to tell him to do his homework.
Great.
I'm
It's awesome.
I'm really lucky.
Yep, me too. My kids are good students, so I don't know how that happened.
I don't either.
I do not know how that
Your
happened.
wife.
What the hell happened?
All right, I think that's all we're going to have time for the Just Saying It.
We got things going on.
We do. We have people stopping by. We have the Bizarre File coming up. We are going to get people out on our ride. We need contestants to be a part of this. So if you want to come by, make a donation, we'd love to have you here at Camp Out for Hunger. And by the way, part of the Bimbo Bakeries USA broadcast tent sponsorship. It's brought to you by Bimbo Bakeries. Our actual tent is. They sponsor that. But they do a donation each day from one of their brands. And today is 42 cases of a variety of Entenmann's Little Bites. Now, we don't collect perishable items here at Camp Out, but when bulk donations are arranged ahead of time with Phil Abundance, they can distribute them immediately. And so they have done that, and we do appreciate that. And the Little Bites are fantastic.
They're amazing.
My kids grew up on those things. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. We want to see you here with your donation for Camp Out for Hunger. We have the Bizarre File on the way. Some more guests to be on the program. We'll be back in just a sec. Stay with us. If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, for 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with the screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. No longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing?
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one in.
Of course,
wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And you posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
And it looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you, because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids
the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything, and then the ones over 35 are the ones that are paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You do go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great at it as the singer and Calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti-that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody. Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy and it's to get this opportunity. It's the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Mack's Amateur Hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about like the act with the arrows and all that stuff? What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
what was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank, and I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing.
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard, man.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
right.
It's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
First of all,
how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right. Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. Listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And
to make a little shout out for a donation that has been made. We've had a lot of these companies up here represented, and they come up and they tell us about themselves and then present a donation. That they make a sizable donation. We appreciate those. But this one they just want me to handle, so I will gladly do this. We're sending a big shout out to global high-tech paint company Exalta Coating Systems. They're headquartered in Delaware County, and they have donated $20,000.
Whoa! 20 grand, that is awesome.
$20,000. And it is part of Exalta's Bright Futures programming that also includes scholarships for students at local universities. And they have over 500 employees. They're in southeastern PA. They make coatings that go on everything from cars, trucks, and buses to guitars and football helmets to bridges and construction equipment.
That's pretty
like
amazing.
they're one of those companies that does everything.
Yeah, man,
so,
wow.
That is huge. So thank you guys so much, Exalta. We do appreciate that. All right, what are we talking to our next guest now? Yes. Excellent. He's got a hard out.
I don't believe it.
720.
Thank you.
We got to make
Thank you very
things
much.
happen because he's a mover and a shaker.
Well, that's not true.
In Philadelphia.
Take it easy.
From NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Yes.
Michael Barker.
I'm sorry. You know what? No one's ever complimented me for my heart out before.
I know.
Thank you.
It's about time.
Is that true? There's
It's
a
true.
legitimate
It's a
hard
big out, yes.
So what constitutes a hard out?
Well, I mean, it's all in the timing. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
It just
come on.
depends on how much you want to ignore the people talking to you.
Exactly. I'm sorry.
He's here with his daughter, and
Yes, my daughter
she has
Emily.
some things that's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, over there. Emmy, there she is. The pride of Syracuse University and Villanova University.
Is it the daddy-daughter breakfast today?
Yes, it is. We're going to IHOP. You just ruined it.
How old is she?
Emily is 14. No, I'm kidding. She is 25 years old, just turned.
25 years old?
25 years old, and she is studying for her master's at Villanova.
Wow.
Very nice.
Wow.
Very nice.
How old's your son?
My son is 21, just turned.
Okay, because I met them. We were all at Ruby's Diner.
Yes.
At the King of Prussia Mall, and you guys were all there, and I came over and I bothered you. I asked you to pay for my bill.
I did.
Ruby's Diner, that's where you take like little kids to go.
Yeah, so I was there with my small children, and these guys were a little bit older, but still children at the time.
And your son's 17 now?
He is 14 now.
Oh, 14. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Which is 17 minus 3.
That's it. Which is 4.
By the way, I missed that Ruby's Diner at the King of Prussia Mall. I used to love going in there. I like the burgers. Their shakes were fantastic. I'm a little upset about it.
Can I tell you a little story?
Please.
We're on our way up here, and I'm waiting to hear the gang. They're Hall of Famers. It's unbelievable. We're listening. We're driving for 5 minutes. It's music playing. Motley Crue. Girls. Did you play that?
I probably.
No, not today though.
Oh, no,
We have played it in our career.
So here's the point. We're 10 minutes. We're still listening. Van Halen's playing. 10 more minutes. I'm like, these people don't talk at all. For goodness sakes, I'm listening to the sub channel,
the HD2 channel.
Yeah. And I'm looking at, oh my God.
I know.
So I'm like, where are they? So I hit HD1, and there you were. And then I pulled into the parking lot.
That's your grasp of telecommunications.
Exactly. Well, I'm not a Hall of Famer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Should be.
By the way, do you write HOF, 21 on your microphones when you do a signing?
Absolutely not.
You have to, or on your headphones.
Our gold microphones are being mailed to us. So.
Do you get a gold microphone?
We actually got the award we got.
I saw that.
That sucker weighed a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's the award for the whole show, obviously, but we're the only two that got it.
They spelled my name wrong on it, Michael.
Did they really?
Yeah. I spelled Elliot with 2 T's, and with 1 T, and they put 2 T's.
It was actually Preston Barkan, it said on the award.
Thank you. Well, I arranged that. By the way, who was the master of ceremonies?
A guy named Jonathan Brandmeier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Johnny B. Johnny B with the loop. Yeah, he should never do it again. He screwed that thing up, man. I'm waiting for Rob McElhenney to introduce you dudes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's like, hey, by the way, as you're going back to your seats to grab that dessert, here's Rob.
I know.
No, there's something when you listen, I understand playing it off the cuff, but you should at least have the progression of the. But he's a legend. He's a nice guy. And he couldn't have been nicer.
He is, but you know what he did? It pissed me off. He dropped the stupid throwing the snowballs at Santa joke, and I got angry at him.
Yeah, I did too.
That's laziness.
It is.
He apologized apologized to me later on that evening. We were over at the Marriott bar, and I went over and I saw him, and I started talking to him. He's like, oh, man. He's like, I can't believe I did the Santa Claus snowball thing. He was really like coming down on himself about it. Good. And I was like, don't worry about it. It's kind of the default go-to thing. We certainly have been over it forever.
Yeah, I know. In the video, when you hear him say that, you heard Nick from the back of the room go, "Hey!"
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
As you should have.
1,000 times louder than that.
I was on his show in 1990, right before the Fog Bowl at Soldier Field. I went out there. I was at Channel 3 at the time. And they asked me to come on the show, get a Philadelphia perspective, and I went on. We had a good time. He's a nice guy. Screwed that up, though.
So
he's a very nice guy.
What can be done to put that so people don't even mention that anymore? So do we do something that's even worse that will eclipse that?
Yes, worse.
We never hear that again?
Well,
or is there
we
any
tried
kind of
vomiting on a kid in the stands, right?
Yeah,
that's
hang on
child's
a second.
play.
Kathy says that she can restore reputation.
We need an Eagles fan to beat up the ice cream man.
I think that would be a new low.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if there's anything else we can do because that has stuck with us for so long.
And it's not that bad.
No, and you know what? That's the thing. I was thinking, like, it doesn't bother me. To me, I find it a little bit funny.
It wasn't actually Santa Claus.
Right, that's it.
I mean, like, it's just, okay, the Eagles fan or the Phillies fan threw the snowball at Santa. Like, that's funny.
Yeah, if it was just an Eagles fan throwing a snowball at Santa, but it was a guy that was dressed up in a Santa outfit.
Right.
Okay?
And
You can't do that if you're Santa.
It was a crummy Santa outfit. He looked like crap, and he was drunk.
Yeah.
And so he was a bad Santa, and so Eagles fans were bored.
Yes.
And not making excuses for throwing snowballs at Santa Claus,
No,
but like it's such an old, rote, lazy story, and a crummy way to make. There are plenty of ways to make fun of Philadelphia. Come up with a better one than that.
And we haven't had there hasn't been a real big fan faux pas in a few years, has there? Like
No.
Oh, yeah, there was. They threw popcorn at Russell Westbrook last year when he was coming up for.
No, I was thinking of something else.
Oh, wait, what were you thinking?
No, I really don't want to say.
The guy eating horse crap?
Yeah.
The lawyer giving the finger?
No.
He was a doctor.
These are all good. I'm making these for my list.
You remember that?
I'm going to show them on pregame tonight. You're helping me make the list. No, it was the remember the Flyers gave out the bracelets before the game? Hello. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
bad. That was
and they threw them on the ice.
Okay.
And then,
I have an embarrassing question.
Nick McElwain.
Because I
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, thanks.
You know it.
I'm confused and a little embarrassed by Ben Simmons at this point. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's up to. Kathy and I were talking about it before the show this morning, and it's just this. I've never experienced a situation like this in Philly with an athlete like this where you just don't really know what's going on. What's your take on it?
Well, I've never experienced a situation like this in the NBA. I'm trying to recall. At all. Yeah. Maybe it's happened before that a guy has said outwardly, I'm not going to play for this team. It's happened in the NFL. There have been players in the NFL that have skipped entire seasons and said, I'm not playing for you, and have forced to trade either after the contract has expired, they've signed with another team, or forced to trade ultimately to another team. That's happened in the NFL. Has not happened in baseball, has not happened in hockey. That I'm aware of. Certainly not this big. Ben Simmons is the first player that I can recall that has said, I'm not playing for you, and I'm not showing up, and I want to be traded. And, so far, he's holding them to it. The problem is that they're playing pretty good without him. That's the problem.
Yeah.
My big issue with it, though, we've seen, probably guest on the show, Lane Johnson, and what has happened with him with regard to his mental illness and his anxiety. He's taking medication for it. Same with Brandon Brooks, his line mate. They have been public about this. And Lane Johnson missed 3 games because he went off his medication, and it was like withdrawal symptoms. That's serious meds that you're on when you have any kind of mental issue.
Yeah.
This has all been reported, and he has spoken about this publicly. And I contrast that with what's going on with Ben Simmons, who shows up at practice one day and reportedly says to Doc Rivers, the head coach, and his teammates, his soon-to-be former teammates, we hope, say, I'm mentally unprepared to play. I'm not mentally prepared to play. Okay, take care. I'll be sitting over here getting my $30 million.
Right.
And just call me when the trade happens. And the Sixers now probably are grappling grappling with whether or not they should continue to pay this guy. They did not pay him initially when he sat out from camp, because you got to be there. You can't just say I'm not playing and not come to camp and expect to receive millions of dollars. So they withheld the first payment, which I believe was approximately like $8 million. All of a sudden he got to camp real fast, you know? And
what do you think the long term? Because you're saying you have not seen anything like this ever.
Yeah, not in the NBA. I don't recall it.
Is this going to then precipitate the rewriting of contracts and all of that? In other words, provisions that accommodate for behavior like this, since it's never been encountered.
Please the court, Your Honor, if I may. I think what's going to happen is it's the collective bargaining agreement between the NBA Players Association and the NBA and the owners. And in that collective bargaining agreement, it stipulates that if a player shows up and says, I have any kind of mental issue, that they have to keep paying the player, and the player can get the mental issue evaluated. The problem is the Sixers treated Ben Simmons for his back, and Ben said, yeah, that's good. This is all recently. Treated you for your back, that's good.
Right.
But no, you're not treating me for my head. Not doing that. I'm going to go seek the NBA Players Association, and I'll go get remedy through that. And the Sixers just want to know what the heck is going on. You know, can you at least give us a little insight as to how you're feeling, what's happening? There was a reported conversation that Simmons had with Daryl Morey. Reportedly, it did not go great, and you would think that they're already in a bad spot. You think it's heading for a collision course.
It seems ridiculous.
Yeah. So
what are ridiculous?
Yeah. What are our best options? Thank you.
The court recognizes.
What are our best prospective options with him moving forward? You look at like a team like the Trailblazers, who aren't doing well. They're 3-5 at this point. They're like, do we want to hope that they continue to lose and Dame wants out, and then so that drives his value up or down? And because what I don't want to see happen is I don't want to see us not only trade Ben Simmons but also lose a couple of our younger guys. I like Matisse on this team. I like Tyrese on this team. I don't want to see those guys go in addition to Ben Simmons. So what are our best options at this point?
I think if you want to get an all-pro like Damian Lillard, you have to give up more than Ben Simmons. But from Portland's perspective, I have heard through channels that Portland thought that it was laughable that they were going to give up Damian Lillard for just Ben Simmons. We know that that's not going to happen. I don't know if the Sixers... They would have to give up something substantial to get Damian Lillard. And talking to Jimmy Lynam, former Sixers coach, now my partner on Sixers pre- and post-game, Mark Jackson, former Sixer from Temple University, they both said they would do the deal. That's how special and transcendent that Damian Lillard is. But the question is, will Portland pony that up? And there's also a report that Damian Lillard, that the Lakers are looking at Damian Lillard, and the Lakers have a lot of firepower.
When you, this is
Nick.
Thank you. A reporter question. You'll see in reports, John Clark or Michael Barkan or whatever will say.
John Clark, who does an awesome job.
Great, and a great reporter. And so when unnamed sources are cited in an article, who is that? I mean, I'm not asking for names, obviously, but are you?
Kathy.
Is it
It's me. No, I was going to say it's me. Don't just say it's Kathy. I want to be the unnamed source.
I already have my new business created, and I'm the source.
But
it's called unnamed sources.
You can cite Kathy Romano, but if it, is it like an assistant to the GM? What are these back channels that people are citing?
Why is it not back channels, and it's the main people saying, it's not coming from me right now?
Yeah, it all depends on who needs to get the news out, who needs to get their side out, and it could be a coach, it could be a general manager, it could be a general manager from another team.
That's an age-old process, right?
Yeah.
It's called circular reporting.
Yeah.
You float it out and then say, oh, look.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can go with something that's completely unsubstantiated or something that's completely wacky. LeBron James coming to the Sixers. That's ridiculous on its face. And
Are you breaking that story here
I'm
today?
going to break it right now. LeBron is coming here. Right? You make sure you spell my name right. It's Elliot. Bingo. Reported it exclusively to 93.3. Now, it goes through. No one's going to give you their name unless they're sure. Look, when Joel Embiid said I something along the lines of, you probably remember, I don't want to be around that guy.
Right. Yes.
Remember what he said? It was at training camp.
Yep.
And so he said that his own self, and that was pretty powerful. But I think if you're looking for information from unnamed sources, it could be anyone.
Okay.
And really, it's the reporter reporting it. You want to make sure that they are credentialed enough that they will make sure that it's not from somebody's mother.
Let me ask you, because that used to be the thing. You would get somebody who you wouldn't roll with something unless you would get someone to go on the record and be that person. But now it's kind of standard to just. Okay, anonymous sources gets it done,
or a source close to the
exactly.
Yeah.
We use it all the time. It's ridiculous.
Does anybody aim really low with their source, like the janitor?
Yeah,
I
I can't believe you said that. We walked in the other day, came upstairs, so it said Mike the guard said that there's a Mike the front office guard, security guard said blah 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 is going to happen, and we're on the phone. Hey, Mike the guard is reporting.
But you know what?
That's your unnamed source.
That's my. Hey, Michael, come here. Can I see you in your office? Yeah. Where did you get this information?
Mike the guard.
Like Mike the guard.
Well,
he is unparalleled. He's beyond reproach. This guy knows what's going on. Let me tell you. Don't you tell me Mike the guard doesn't know.
The old reporters, though, the old like gossip reporters, and the old.
That's a different.
But that's
story.
different. But they'd pay off doormen, they'd pay off, whatever to get that story. So
there have been people in the media in this city who have gotten in a lot of trouble for reporting something either before it was confirmed or their unnamed source was in that
reliable enough.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It better be reliable, because ultimately, if the topic is a little dicey or a lot dicey, then the party you're reporting on can sue and can win millions of dollars. And so you got to be careful in substantiating your sourcing. It's very important.
Like the story Barkan has a hard out at 20.
Hard out at 20. What time is it?
13.
13.
It's actually
We're good.
13.
I reported Morrison and Elliott slept with trophies on the other night. That's true.
We did.
Yes.
We did. Yeah.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Pictures.
I have photos.
Actually, we do need to break because we have another guest that's coming up in a little while.
Right.
So we're giving you some ample time. You're giving your father-daughter time.
Exactly.
Come on,
back in the car.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you're a tradition at this event.
Yes.
We always have you out here. You always come out when we ask, and that's a wonderful thing.
Well, I love you all, and everybody out there loves you all as well. It's because what you do for our community and bringing it, not just this time of year, and I love Camp Out for Hunger, and also, in all seriousness, Rob McElhenney's introduction to you all in the Hall of Fame was a beautiful thing, and I was half waiting for him to start cracking up or saying something silly, and he just kept it straight, and I thought it was absolutely beautiful. And
awesome.
He speaks for all of us in saying that this program is such a part of the fabric of Philadelphia, and what you do for Phil Abundance and everything else is so special. And I love you all, and I wouldn't get up at 7 o'clock in the morning for anybody.
For anybody, I know.
Do not ask me again. That is it.
We appreciate
love
it.
You.
Yeah,
we love you. Michael Barkan, NBC Sports Philadelphia. Thanks, buddy. All right. With that, we need to dive right into the bizarre file. Jason, hit it if you will, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers. They are now available everywhere the craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. Okay. This guy's day went from bad to worse. This is horrible. You can't even believe this actually happened. A man has reportedly died in Brazil after jumping into a lake to escape bees, only to be drowned and eaten by piranhas.
Jesus Christ.
No. What?
And he had a winning lottery ticket in his pocket.
It's like an Alanis Morissette song.
Oh, my God. Isn't it ironic?
Yes.
And then he found a fly in his Chardonnay.
The 30-year-old was fishing with friends when he jumped into the farm lake on Sunday. A firefighter who performed the rescue said that the carnivorous fish had disfigured the man's face and other parts of his body. His body was found about 4 meters from the shore. It's not yet known if the attack came before or after the man's death. So
I hope after.
He may have drowned and then they started feeding on him. I don't know.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
The man's friends also jumped into the water, but they swam to safety. There are about 30 piranha species in the world. All live in South America's Amazon River Basin, and fatal attacks on humans are relatively rare.
The truth of the matter is, and you've seen it, Preston, if they're not hungry or it's not a feeding time, they're pretty benign.
Yeah, that's it. They have to be in frenzy mode for that type of thing to happen. Runners can power through most obstacles when on a marathon. However, one runner suffered a particularly messy situation that would have sidelined a majority of runners and prevented them from finishing a marathon. Tamara Torlikson is a trooper during a marathon. Torlikson had to go to the bathroom. She had to poop, but she powered right through it and not only finished the marathon, but also posted her best time ever.
She had her best time, but she had a little bit of afterburner going on.
The event was the Mountains to Beach Marathon, which starts in Ojai, California, and then ends in Ventura.
It's pretty common though, like with people urinating in a marathon, right?
Well, yeah, and they'll definitely do it right beforehand.
Yeah.
Torlikson was participating in her sixth race of the 26.2-mile distance and her first chance since having a baby. She was confident in her training and felt that she was going to wipe out the competition, possibly even finishing second. She said, I knew I was really in good shape, and then the unthinkable happened. She had an accident that would stall her around mile 13. Around mile 13, nature called. While on pace to set a personal best, she had to poop. She said, I don't know if it's possible to do this while running, but I will try.
That is not a sport for me.
She said, I didn't want one poop to mess it all up. Well, the bowels of the 31-year-old betrayed her mid-marathon. She was the victim of a shark attack. Without missing a stride, she released all that was holding her back. She said, it just came out, and I felt a lot better.
It's a sort of a fight or flight sort of thing, right?
Yeah. Then she continued her movement.
Her bowel movement.
She didn't believe anyone noticed her soiled drawers.
Yeah, right.
But even if they did, she didn't really give an S, is exactly what she said. She added that marathoners don't judge.
Well, don't the people behind you start to move back a little bit?
Yeah, it might help you.
Yeah.
We used to watch the Boston Marathon at about mile 23, and you would count and look for this.
Is that right?
Yeah, and we made a joke of it, calling it the brown badge of courage. But, like, you would see particular runners running by, and at that point in the marathon, it was pretty damn evident.
Aren't there people along the route who eventually start complaining because the runners will defecate on their lawns and stuff?
Yep.
When she neared the finish line, as though she were a 3-year-old, she triumphantly announced to her friends, I pooped my pants. In the end, she finished the marathon in 3 hours and 7 minutes, her fastest marathon by 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Well, maybe she needs to keep doing that.
Helped her, yeah. A man who disguised himself as a woman to throw acid over his ex-girlfriend has been jailed for 15 years. Milad Ralph was sentenced after pleading guilty to count 1 of applying a corrosive fluid with intent. Ralph used a costume to disguise himself as a black woman of a larger build and went to the home of his ex-girlfriend in Brighton, Sussex, South England. When she opened the door, he handed her a note as she read it, and then he threw sulfuric acid in her face.
Just diabolical.
The acid was so concentrated, it scorched the paintwork off of the woman's front door.
Jeez.
A criminal investigation led police to search Ralph's home. It revealed a shopping list detailing what he needed for the costume, as well as the costume itself. Dr. Alui, who is the ex-girlfriend of Roof and victim of the attack, said she fears for her future after Ralph had robbed her of her career and young adult life. All right, one more story. And this is a terrible one to end on, but a sacrifice story. An employee at a San Diego zipline course did not hesitate to spring into action when he spotted a woman struggling on the popular attraction, ultimately sacrificing himself to save her life.
This is amazing. Man. Yeah.
Joaquin Romero was working Saturday on the receiving end of the La Jolla Zoom zip line shortly before suffering his fatal fall. A witness said that he was helping a woman get hooked onto a platform, that she suddenly started to slide back out onto the line. When he could not stop her, he latched onto her harness and had been to bring her back to safety. So he thought he was just going to latch on and pull her back, but instead they were both dragged off the platform out into the middle of the zip line, and they were dangling about 100 feet above the ground. And Romero's friend believes that he intentionally let himself drop because he feared their combined weight would snap the line and leave them both injured. The zip line can reportedly hold up to 250 pounds. He was airlifted to the hospital and was pronounced dead on Monday morning.
It's incredibly heroic.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, are we?
Yeah, we're supposed to have guests on. Yeah.
All right, I was waiting for another donation that we're going to get, and
I like
what?
the donations.
Yeah.
While we do that, let's thank.
We're going to thank somebody? Yeah. All right, we can do that. I would like to thank our hourly sponsor. This hour of the Camp Out for Hunger is sponsored by Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Oh, yeah.
That eats like a meal, of course, and Campbell's has been a big supporter of the Camp Out for Hunger for a number of years, which is cool. And we might actually speak to somebody from Campbell's a little bit later on because they always make generous donations. Speaking of people that have been helping out for a number of years, our next guest has supplied us with a place to live for a few days for a long time now. And we are happy to welcome, because Steve and I live in this RV right behind the tent. White Horse RV is the donator, and we'd like to welcome our friend Dave Munyon.
Yeah!
Dave is our go-to guy. How you doing, Dave?
Well, Preston, thank you.
How many years now we've been hanging out together?
With White Horse RV, it's been 14 years.
14 years. And then we knew you even before that, probably.
Yes, I think that was another 8.
Wow.
So the camp out really hasn't existed without you guys, ponying up for us and helping us out. It's been great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're pretty stupid because we need you to show us how to work the front door on this thing. Okay?
It's all good, man.
We have no idea. This thing has so much high tech in it. The one thing we can't figure out is the door.
It's so bad. It's just us.
Yeah.
It's definitely us.
I open it up and the screen door's there, and I'm like, how did that happen?
Yeah. But you know that you've been dealing with us forever.
That's all. Yeah.
I called Dave. I don't know how many times, dude. I can't fix it. I can't push it. I keep pushing this button, and I'm doing. And he's like, "Well, it's because you're not supposed to push this. You're supposed to turn that."
It's great. The other night, Preston, you're in the bedroom there, and I hear. What was that?
I know. Hit the wrong button. But when you own these things, you know your way around it. And they bring in different models each year. This one, by the way, I think interior-wise is the coolest looking one you guys have given us.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
It's got kind of like this older distressed wood in it. And it looks,
that's called the modern farmhouse.
The modern farmhouse.
Yeah.
I like it. Cool.
Yeah, we're actually raising corn back there.
Yeah, beautiful. So, Dave, you got some news for us?
Well, first of all, congratulations on your induction to the Radio Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
Man. Super well deserved.
We appreciate it.
It's so great to be back here and see faces.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Most definitely.
So I can remember back before when we first got involved, and we were loading up some canned goods into the RV before it came over, and it was cool, and it was a proud moment.
Yeah.
It was good to see it. Through the years, we've partnered with Phil Abundance, and really were able to amplify our donation. Last year, we donated just about 35 tons.
Wow.
And
I forgot about that.
So, of course, we always want it better. This year made it a little tougher because, as you know, things got a little bit more expensive. But we did rally the troops. And this year, we're donating 102,980.
Whoa! Unbelievable. Preston fired invisible confetti just now.
I hit the confetti button. And it didn't happen. But that's okay. That's confetti worthy. 102,000, almost 103,000 pounds of food.
Even though you're fighting uphill, you bested yourself by almost twice, 3 times.
Over 51 tons of food, Dave? That's unbelievable.
51 and a half tons.
That's amazing. Wow. It's amazing.
Thanks. It's like 3 tractor trailer loads. They did the math.
Wow. How many people work at White Horse? Any idea?
About 35, 40.
Okay.
The fact that they pull that all together and do that, obviously, I'm sure you let them know how grateful we are for the
absolutely.
effort. Yeah.
Absolutely. Great crew.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Whole staff.
And how besides that incredible donation, how is the industry doing? How's business in general? I know that we were reporting on the fact that a lot of people, as all this was happening, finally got introduced to the world of what you offer, and we're loving it.
Yeah, sales have been brisk. A lot of folks got into RVing last year as something to do, but I think a good portion of those folks were thinking about it anyway.
Yeah.
And I think the COVID was just that final little push in the back. Right now, we've got supply chain issues, which every industry is going through. But we'll forge through, and we'll come out on the end.
Okay,
nice.
awesome.
Right. How do people contact you guys at White Horse RV? What's the easiest way to do that, Dave?
You can reach us 856-266-8255. 262-1717, and 24 hours a day at whitehorserv.com.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. We can't do this without you, man. We appreciate it. Dave Mundy and everybody. White Horse RV, New Jersey. They've been a part of this whole thing from the very, very beginning. It's excellent.
Yeah.
All right, let us take a break. Come back in a second. When we return, there's a band that's making its way back into town, playing a show at the Fillmore in January, and that was Dirty Honey. We're going to talk to Mark LaBelle, the lead singer, and we'll get into some other things. And we eventually are going to do a listen. I think we got enough here to do our game we're going to do later on.
I think we do, yeah.
With Skelly Amusements outside. So we'll take a break. More of the Camp Out for Hunger coming up on MMR. Stay with us.
You end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the before even sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow! I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh,
and why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it. You have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. You know, for me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right, they're celebrated after they found.
Oh, yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, oh, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day?
Yeah.
Still, do you...
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay,
faces,
but sketching
people.
over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, it's I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. Here's $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I'd be like, "Man, you need a painting." Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you. Yeah, you know, you're right, man. Here's $5,000.
Flattery will
Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty, too.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know, it was wild. Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere. And I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also it's sort of a cheat, you know?
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Yeah, give it
Wait,
something.
I'm all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having like the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater, and it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody like loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist. Yeah. And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah.
It's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got I play the guitar for So math and science. I don't necessarily. If that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go, unless. My brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math teacher.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean? I'm not knocking it. But,
right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, yeah.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Braugher, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man. And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for the best comedy series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly, I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But this is the deal. And you want to talk about math and science. If you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute. Why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes, and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second. Oh, that was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was, the trick was, we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. Like you got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. He's gonna, what the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
He is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's 2 people you can't imagine, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be.
So, one of the things we've been able to do, and we actually started doing it last year, were Zoom interviews from the Camp Out for Hunger. And this year we decided to hang on to that, even though we now have the ability to have people in person and come down and hang. But it was such a nice touch last year. We've already had a awesome group of people that have checked in. We have another great guest that is joining us today on the heels of the not the Camp Out of Hunger, from the MMRBQ that we had this summer. And that was a return as well, getting back into the swing of things. Man, they were so great.
They were great.
We got to, being on the staff, we get the privilege of being in the backstage area and the side stage when the performances are going on. So we popped up to see these guys perform on the side of the stage. And it was one of the rare bands where you can actually hear the band when you're on the side of the stage, because usually people have these in-ear monitors. You can't hear. These guys had old school, what we called side fills. So it sounded like we were in the front row as we were sitting on the side watching this band play. They're awesome. They had played 2 gigs within just a couple of days this summer. They're out with the Black Crowes. They're coming back to town again at the Fillmore in January. Ladies and gentlemen, from the band Dirty Honey, please give some love to Mark LaBelle.
What's up?
What's up, Mark? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm actually sitting in a very, very piccola piazza in Orte, Italy right now.
You're in Italy right now?
I just enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm in Italy right now. So all the Philly Italians can be jealous at the moment.
Plenty of them.
I mean, he's sitting outside of a cafe in the middle of this little town.
It looks gorgeous.
It's so great.
Yeah, we have obviously we see you on the Zoom. He's got these gold mirrored sunglasses. His hair is flowing in the Italian air.
You look like Fabio.
God, you're living the life, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a very small town, so finding Wi-Fi was tricky, but we got it done.
Nice. Hey, well, listen, you're coming back to Philly again. Obviously, this city is digging what you guys are doing. You're building this really cool relationship with this town. Tell us a little bit about your impression of the Philadelphia area from the times that you've been here.
Well, I mean, so it'll be the second time playing the Fillmore, but honestly, doing the MMRBQ this year, that was one of the highlights of my summer, right up there with Red Rocks and playing a hometown show at the LA Forum. So it's a special place. And I think I had 2 days off in Philly the last time around, and loved walking around Rittenhouse. And it's just a really special town. I have family there. So it's an important place to go. And MMR is one of the few stations that I would say is playing rock and roll, not just hard rock music. So it's a classic, one of a kind rock and roll station that, you really only hear them in like Philly, Detroit, and maybe LA anymore. Yeah. So we very much appreciate you guys.
Well, I thought that, we appreciate you. We're just happy with the music you're putting out, and also your connection to the town and our station. And there was a special moment that happened at the MMRBQ. Your bass player, Justin, got up and sang with Cheap Trick, saying surrender. He seemed giddy about that, man.
He was admittedly very confused after that because he didn't know that whole end of the song routine that they do, the We're All Right thing.
Yeah.
And so we're watching him on the big screen just kind of confused as to what to say. And he never sings anyway. That was a totally spur-of-the-moment thing with Jackie Bam Bam. So we got a good laugh out of that.
Mark, this is Nick. I love following you guys on Instagram. I don't know who runs the account for the band, but Dirty Honey's Instagram account is a terrific follow. And you guys travel a lot and post really cool photos from wherever you're going. Last year, when you guys shot the video for California Dreamin', I think you did it in the Alabama hills in the shadow of Mount Whitney in California. Is that right?
Yeah. Good call, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a really
that
cool...
was one of the many locations.
Yeah, it's a cool spot. And so I think the band values the fact that you guys are on the road as much as you are. You've done it in, Sequoia forests, and now you're in Italy. And it just seems like you guys, the road obviously can be a grind, but it seems like you guys kind of enjoy being out there as much as you are.
Yeah, I mean, you wait so long as a band to get the opportunity to tour, and obviously once that happens, you want to take advantage of it. But, I always travel on my own anyway, in addition to touring. And now that countries are open for travel and tourism again, it's nice to get out of the States, that we've been holed up in for 2 years. But I was getting out quite a bit during COVID anyway as well, so.
Hey, I wanted to mention this about something I saw at the MMRBQ, Mark, was, while you guys are playing these bigger venues, these theater halls, and now, some of the sheds like you did for the MMRBQ, I think your drummer, Corey, still thinks that you guys are a bar gig band because I saw him breaking down his own drum kit after you guys were done. You went off and you're doing lead singer stuff, and he's over there breaking down his cymbal stands, putting his stool away, packing up his snare drum. I felt so bad for him. I walked over and I told him what a great drummer he was. He wasn't unkind, but he was like, "Thanks, man. I got to put my crap away now." And that's kind of the attitude I got from him. Why was he breaking down his own drums?
I heard that anecdote on the show the next morning. I heard you talking about that and played it for him. And yeah, I mean, we're still an indie band, so we try and keep the crew minimal. We like it that way, but he obviously really appreciates and loves his kit and takes very good care of it. But yeah, we for the most part are on our own. But after that show, that was the first show that we were really on our own again after the Black Crowes tour had ended. Mm-hmm. So we got used to having a really official and great crew with the Crowes taking care of our stuff, and that was the first gig that we were going out on our own again with. So. He was the king of his land again.
Nice. Mark, I wanted to ask you, we did just play California Dream. It's such a great song, and Nick had mentioned here a second ago. But I have to say, when I first saw, before hearing the song, the title, I'm like, that's already taken. I know that song.
Yeah.
That's the Mamas and Papas. What did that ever cross your mind when you guys were writing that song and going with that title?
Of course.
And
I struggled with it for a while, titling it that, because obviously that's the obvious comparison. So
yeah, it's an iconic tune. But I mean, did that? You don't run into any trouble like that. I mean, you can have a title of something that's the same as another song, right?
Yeah, you can't copyright a title.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay, as far as we know, you're good to go.
I could be in serious legal trouble and not know it, but as far as I know.
Ignorance is bliss, right?
I was wondering if it might have been a tactic. Somebody might try to download California Dream from the Mamas and Papas and ended up with this one, because I was going to write a song called Imagine and see if that would get some downloads.
Well, no, so Mark, I wanted to ask you
I wish I was that smart.
No, I wanted to ask you about your next single coming out called it's Stairway to Heaven, right?
Right. That's the one.
Yeah.
No, can I ask about? So you're touring with Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen.
Yeah.
Did you meet them at the barbecue, or how did that come about?
We know some of the guys in the band already from touring with Slash's band, but we didn't actually get to meet and talk to Wolfgang until we played a show together down in Oklahoma City. They were really locked down with COVID protocol, being on the Guns N' Roses tour. I think we had two completely different experiences this summer. I was waking up to Chris Robinson telling me like he was going to strip clubs in Atlanta, and Axl Rose, is completely locked down and scared of COVID. So we had a little bit of a different summer, but yeah, we finally met in Oklahoma City. He's super nice, obviously incredibly talented, and like I said, we already knew some of the other guys in the band, so it's a pretty seamless working environment for the winter.
Hey, what did you guys pick up? Speaking of Black Crowes, because you have, you mentioned Chris Robinson, who's just got that soulful, bluesy, outstanding voice, similar to the type of voice that you deliver vocally. Maybe not specifically him, but what did you pick up gigging with those guys for a while, as far as not stealing things, but listen, bands learn from other bands, frontmen learn from other frontmen, maybe just how to work a crowd and so on. Did you pick up some things off that experience?
I mean, it'd be hard not to, watching that guy every night, and Rich as well. The one thing that I definitely came away with was that the brothers are getting along great, and it's not a fake thing at all. So that was really inspiring to see after all these years. They've definitely made amends, and it's genuine. But yeah, watching Chris every night as a front man, he was very open about it with me. He would just be like, do whatever you have to do to win people over. I've been in your shoes before. I was really bummed out, actually, after our first show in Nashville, because, we went from a headlining tour where everybody loves you and sings along to every word of every song, to a bunch of people sitting down, and you really have to prove yourself. And fortunately, he came in and just said, listen, I opened for Metallica when we were huge and nobody cared. Yeah. And I had shoes and bottles thrown at me, and, I don't think you had it that bad last night. So go out there, have a great time. You sing great. You look great. The band is great. Just, don't, he said some expletives that I can't say on the radio, but he just wanted me to make sure I was doing everything I could to win the crowd over. And
nice.
So when you
completely changed my mindset about the whole tour.
So when you're out touring and you're with, because you've seen some of the closest friends and, brothers, war and fight with each other. And one of the things that I think, these bands will learn over time is that you definitely need your space. And, so you might not have the budget to have your own tour buses or anything like that, but you don't always have to be in the same room at the same time all the time.
Sometimes
know what I mean?
you go to Italy, right?
Yeah, sometimes you just need to sit outside a cafe by yourself.
I mean, that's usually what I'm doing every morning of every day on tour, sitting outside of a cafe by myself.
I'm going to go to Italy now, yeah. But that's a good point. How do you
the early riser of the group?
Yeah, how do you keep? I mean, you see these examples around you of bands that have been get on each other's nerves. Are you guys aware of that? Is that and do you actively do it, or is it just such simpatico that you guys are not in peril of that?
There was definitely some growing pains because I'm kind of a loner by choice and by nature. So when we would show up in any city, I would already have the restaurant I'm going to picked out, the coffee shop, the bar, whatever. And I like to go out on my own and do things. I'm very comfortable, clearly, being on my own and in foreign places. And, the guys would kind of look at me when we would get somewhere and be like, what are we doing? And I'm gone. I'm already gone. I'm out of here. I definitely need that time on my own. And I think everybody does too. And we're at the point now where we have everybody's rhythm figured out.
So at the beginning of all this, we had you in the studio and you tore it up. It was fantastic. And then you had this earth-challenging event occur that put everything into a stasis. And all during that time, obviously, you were doing stuff, but, there had to be. Every time we played any of your music, we'd be like, God, these guys were poised right there. And was there a sense of being deflated, or did you just look at it as more of a challenge? Because on the other side, you're coming out strong, but you can't know that in the middle of what we just went through. How emotional a ride was that for you?
It was definitely an emotional roller coaster, but I think everybody, I'd be lying if I was saying we weren't deflated on some level. We had so many exciting things going on, going to Europe and Japan and Australia for the first times. And, once you dive down into the music again and start writing and recording with, some frequency, and you start seeing that your work is creating a special record, you start to get optimistic again and excited, and I think that's what we focused on. And then obviously once you start releasing music and you have tours planned and stuff, you're starting to come out of the other side of the tunnel, and it feels good, and it gets exciting again. But yeah, I mean, we had some momentum that just hit a wall when all this went down.
Right. Well, now things are getting back up to speed, and you guys returning to Philadelphia once again. A January show. It's going to be on the 30th. This will be at the Fillmore. Tickets on sale tomorrow, by the way.
There's pre-sale today, though, at 10 o'clock.
Okay, and you go to WMMR.com for the details on all that, and it's going to be both Dirty Honey and Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. They're calling it the Young Guns Tour. And they're hitting a lot of towns, and, of course, they're making it through here, which is going to be really, really cool. Mark, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for coming on this morning while we're doing the Camp Out for Hunger. We're glad you're having a good time in Italy, and we will see you in January when you get back here. All right, man?
Yeah, man. We very much appreciate MMR. Say hi to Scotty Hartnell for me, too. I was always a big fan of his.
That's right. You're a big hockey
Even though I was a Penguins fan. So, yeah. But I'm actually doing a charity event up in West Orange, New Jersey, with a couple of former Flyers like Scotty Upshaw and Joffrey Lupul and, a bunch of others. Henrik Lundqvist. So it's a charity event for ALS. So I'll be back. I'll be heading back to the other side of the river as soon as I'm done here in Italy. So.
Scotty Upshaw is also going to be part of the Flyers alumni game, which is November 15th. So that is Scotty Hartnell, Brad Marsh, then Danny Briere coming here today to promote that. But it's really cool when the alumni continue to play games. So
hold on, hang on, Mark. Scott Hartnell just sat down next to me here. You
What's up, fella?
Hey, nice.
There he is.
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. Looking good from far away.
Yeah, I'm trying to recreate your flow, from a few years ago.
It's tough to do. Keep it going, though. Keep it going.
I'm trying, man. You know how it is. But yeah, I always was a big fan of you, man. I loved watching you. Instigate fights against the Penguins for many years. So.
Oh, I love it. That's the only thing I miss about hockey is the scrums after the whistle. And scoring a goal.
And Scotty Hartnell single-handedly created the greatest face-off in NHL history with the pregame wager that happened before. I forget what game it was. It was a few years ago, though.
That was when I retired. Nashville did I guess, remembering Scott Hartnell, whatever.
So
and I told both the guys that were taking the face-off, excuse me, let's not make this a foo-foo face-off drop. Let's get after it. I got $100 for the winner. So dropped the puck, and then Claude Giroux and Roman Josi did it as well in the Flyers. So
that's excellent.
The foo-foo where they just let the home team win it. I said, hey, let's go, guys. $100 on the line.
$100.
The most intense ceremonial puck drop of all time.
Oh, that's the best. I love it. All right, Mark, thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, Mark LaBelle, guys, from Dirty Honey.
All right, guys, thank you.
We will wait and officially welcome Scott and Brad and Danny here in just a moment or two. Are we doing anything else in this break, or are we wrapping up? What are we doing here,
Our
guys?
friend from Campbell's.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So we will we'll definitely move right along because getting donations a huge part of what happens here at the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger. So I want to make sure that I have everybody that's involved. I do have Corey Provine. Is that you, Corey?
That is correct.
How you doing, Corey?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Director of Marketing for Campbell's.
That is correct.
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Listen, the continued partnership, we absolutely love it at Campbell's. We've been over to your headquarters across the way in Camden, one of our favorite facilities to go to.
It is awesome.
Yeah, and the year after year, Campbell's. It actually started way back when somebody made a Campbell's soup logo with the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger on it, and we were told no.
Yeah,
Campbell's is very, very protective of that image. And there was a woman in a particular department who stood by it and said, no, we need to let these guys do this. It's a very important thing, and they allowed us to do it. It's huge.
And it's been off and running ever since. And you guys have been a major part of it.
Absolutely.
And Preston's not kidding when we love the facility over there.
Yeah.
You've got a kick-ass cafeteria, as you'd well imagine.
And it's a cool-looking building,
It's a cool-looking building.
cool.
But the thing that's really cool is there is like an on-premises store of all your different product lines.
Exactly.
And we were walking around
as well as gear. Don't forget.
Gear, yeah,
You look good, too, while you eat Campbell's soup.
You can be totally decked out.
So, Corey, I see you brought some chunky soup here with you. Is it a new flavor or something, or what?
So, very happy to show you our newest flavor on Chunky. It is spicy chicken noodle.
Oh, yeah.
Spicy! Absolutely. So, as you probably know, many people love spicy foods, and so we put a twist on our top-selling classic chicken noodle.
Yep.
And made it spicy.
Is chicken noodle... Absolutely, by far, yeah.
Product.
I always like the sirloin burger one.
That's a good one too.
That was my favorite one to go to because they look like little hamburgers that you were eating.
Tastes like them too.
They even have little tiny grill marks on them, don't they?
I don't. In the commercials they did. I remember that. So.
They do.
Oh my God.
But yeah, you got to try this.
All right.
It's amazing.
Spicy, chunky chicken noodle. Now, I need to ask you this.
Yes.
Do we use a fork or a spoon while we eat that?
You can use whatever you want. A spork, a spoon, whatever.
A spork will actually get it done.
Chopsticks.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Excellent. Well, this continued partnership goes on, and we appreciate it. And you're making a donation today, Corey?
Absolutely. So, as you know, Campbell's has been dedicated to this community for many years, and we love the efforts of Phil Abundance in trying to end hunger for good. So today, very pleased to announce a 100,000-pound food donation.
What?
Wow.
100,000 pounds.
On behalf of Campbell's.
That's insane. 50 tons.
Preston,
50 tons.
The first year we did this, we wanted to raise 1 ton.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's tremendous. Where do you guys get all this food? Oh yeah,
they make it.
A lot. We make a lot of soup.
Well, I'm blown away. That's incredible. We've had donations of this size, and each and every time it hits, it's just like I can't believe we're doing this. I can't believe this is happening.
Absolutely,
it's a great,
beautiful thing.
I want to give a quick little shout out to a woman named Joanne who works at Campbell's, and so last night she came here with her son to take him to the Sixers game. She ended up letting her son bring a friend, and she was just going to sit here in the parking lot and wait for them to go to the game and then just kind of hang here. And I actually had an extra ticket. So I ended up sitting with Joanne for the Sixers game last night, and we hung out, and she's a great person, and she loves what she says. Campbell's is a amazing company to work for. And she's been with you guys, I think, like 20 years at this point now, and she absolutely loves working for you guys. So shout out to Joanne.
There you go. I gave her one.
The people are amazing at Campbell's. I love going to work every day. So just thank you for this partnership, and we're super excited to be a part of it.
Excellent. Thank you, Corey. You're the best. Corey Provine, ladies and gentlemen. The new spicy, chunky chicken noodle and 50 tons of food. Come on.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
All right, so we will take a break and come back in a second. We had a little sneak peek at Scotty Hartnell, but joining him will be Danny Briere and Brad Marsh. And a little thing we're going to do outside with listeners. We do have volunteers.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be a part of it as well. So when we come back, we will roll through that. Stay with us at Camp Out for Hunger, day number 4 on MMR.
Cruz, are you you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his. I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as in the Marvel universe or DC.
I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep, beep. So anything can happen.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you know, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, you know, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, you know, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you know, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. You know, and I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love.
Yeah.
If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
Well, that is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I had fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I've just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this?
Yeah.
Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So make sure that you check out. Dude, we loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
First of all, you know, when people talk about this stuff too, you know, people kind of there's people who like roll their eyes, like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah.
No, we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love it.
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
if
moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you out back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was just going to say they handle everything.
They Harry or clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes, and Harry's it correctly.
And I snorted too.
Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the
It's so
treatment of
bizarre.
care turtle.
Do you know
Dude,
where
this guy was making a ton of money?
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go.
It's better than cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Yeah.
Shipping turtles.
All right. So wait, what
my stuff?
What did he get pinched for? Lying about it, or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these
you're not
endangered
allowed.
exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right. So I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
It doesn't matter. It's
It
just
doesn't
straight up
matter.
illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summers' sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you said, triple homicide. What are you in for?
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City
when
in
you're
New
going.
Jersey.
All right, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't. They don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign. Turtles go through here.
No, and I don't think they can read.
No,
either.
that's.
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely illegal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
Not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby?
I hate you.
Hey, look, I put some Tinker Toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? You have a bunch of eight.
Yeah,
how old are you?
Breathe deep the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call.
That means no.
Appreciate it.
We did like the butthole.
Oh my God!
The butthole. like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butthole.
Oh my God!
We would do the butthole.
Do the butthole.
Everybody, now it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all.
This hour is sponsored by friends at Dunkin', supporting the Camp Out with hot coffee for staff, volunteers, and donors each morning, and people can come by and grab some free Dunkin'.
Yes, to Dunkin'.
The
They're lifesavers.
President and Steve show runs on Dunkin'. We actually have a person who's going to speak on behalf of Dunkin', and it's apropos because for the last several days I've been very sick.
Sick.
And you've heard us mention his name many, many times. He's even popped on the air with us.
Yes,
a few
he has.
times.
Yeah.
And we have worked for him with him. No, oh my God.
No, he would say we work for him. Yeah.
We've worked with him almost our entire career.
Yeah, absolutely. All the way back to Y100 at the beginning. Yeah.
Our friend Matt Cowper is here. How you doing, Matt?
I am fantastic.
You're not feeling sick?
You know, it's been a whirlwind of a couple days. I've been traveling quite a bit.
Oh, have you?
I'm a little on the tired side.
All right. Well, Preston has diarrhea, so you're still winning.
I do.
Here's the good news. I got enough Dunkin' out there to keep me going for a while.
Yeah. So Dunkin' is one of your clients. For those who don't know, Matt Cowper is head of national sales at WMMR. And so Cowper handles a lot of different clients, big clients, and Dunkin' is one of them. Yep. And you wanted to mention a donation that they have for us today, right, Matt?
Yeah, so Dunkin' and Preston and Steve Show have been partners for, 4 years, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, obviously the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', which is amazing. I absolutely love the partnership. Before I announce the donation, I wanted to thank Jessica, Abby, Melissa, Emily, and Joel for the Dunkin' setup outside. I mean, we get coffee literally all day, all morning, all day. A beautiful setup out there. Anybody that comes down can get free coffee.
And the volunteers benefit from it too, which we can't thank them enough because they're volunteering their time and they get the coffee, which helps them, get through all this.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just amazing partners. They get it. They understand the synergies between the brand and the morning show. It is a sick partnership. Thank you, Casey.
Said it.
And by the way, Casey and I have known each other since freshman year of college.
Yeah,
so you want to talk about working together?
Fall of 1993, we lived in the same dorm.
There you go.
Yeah. By the way, everybody, before we get this donation, help me out. Let's all chant together. You ready? Sick.
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 All right.
Sick.
Oh,
and the Mandalorian back there, say it. Sick. All right.
That just will never go away.
That's for you.
No.
All right.
All right, so on behalf of Dunkin', all the franchisee owners across the Delaware Valley who are just absolutely amazing, I'm happy to announce that Dunkin' will be providing 1,000 pounds or half a ton of coffee.
Nice.
To the Camp Out for Hunger.
You got to realize how much that is.
That's a lot of coffee grounds.
That's a crazy amount of coffee. Yeah.
It is, because a pound of coffee is not cheap.
No.
And so we're talking about, like $10,000.
Yeah, it's about $10,000 worth of coffee.
Outstanding. We love it. And that will go to great use
yes, it will.
as well. So thank you.
By the way, I mentioned this to Kathy. I love the Dunkin' hot chocolate. They have it's a thicker brand of chocolate, hot chocolate. Here, it's been like drinking hot pudding every morning. And you know what? I'm not mad at that.
That's a dream come
Is
true.
there an issue with that?
No issue at all. All right, thank you, Matt Cowper.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, let's hear it for him in our national sales department.
And thanks for all you guys do. I mean, this week is absolutely amazing. You guys are crushing it. I've been listening all morning. It's entertaining. It's engaging. It's amazing. You guys are absolutely the best in the business.
Thanks,
Thank you.
And congratulations on the Hall of Fame for radio, or is that what we call it?
Radio Hall.
And your trip out in Chicago, it is well deserved, and you guys are absolutely the best.
Thanks,
There
man.
we go.
Appreciate it. All
Matt Cord.
Matt Cowper.
Oh.
You said Matt Cord.
I know.
Matt Cord is awesome, too.
Yeah.
We saw him at the Sixers game the other night. And Matt should have left when they were applauding for him. Now there's no applause, and it's awkward.
Applaud for Matt Cowper again, if you could, please.
And Matt Cord.
Yeah.
Why not? Actually, we'll want to keep the applause going because we have 3 gentlemen who are here to speak to us this morning, and they're going to participate in an event of which we have them wired up for sound for this. They are alumni of the Philadelphia Flyers, names that you know very, very well. Please welcome Danny Briere, Scott Hartnell, and Brad Marsh to the show. Get yourselves settled in, gentlemen. Yeah, there you go.
Yo.
So, Scott, you see the guy over there with the Phillies face paint and all that stuff? On day one, he had Flyers face paint. He's been doing a different team
flip flopping
every day since he got here, and we have yet to see Eagles. That's probably tomorrow, I guess. Because the Union yesterday, day before that, Sixers. No, you were Sixers on the first day, then Flyers, and then the Union today, the Phillies. I would imagine tomorrow will be the Eagles.
And he was at the Flyers game on Tuesday night and kept showing up on the jumbotron because he looks great. It was really perfect for the camera.
When you see somebody like that in the crowd when you were playing. Would you guys talk about that on the bench at all? I mean, look at that dude in the face paint at all. I mean, do you guys have to have conversations about stuff that's other than the game going on, right, Danny?
Sometimes there's guys that would stick out a little bit more than others. That's a good example.
Right.
And at home, you'd love it, right? But then you go to Pittsburgh and there's a guy dressed up like a penguin. I'm like, what an idiot that guy is.
Look at this douchebag.
And when you're dressed up in your Flyers colors, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I love it. I also love you guys and your relationship with the team. I think the Flyers have such a strong alumni representation.
Yeah.
With the ambassadors and the different roles that everybody's playing. And Scotty, now you're doing sports on NBC Sports Philly. You've taken it to the desk there. Brad, what is your relationship with the team? Because everybody kind of holds this title with the team now.
I'm president of the Flyers alumni, so I oversee all the old guys.
Oh, really?
All the old guys. And so it's nice to be out with these two guys on my left and right because they're a little younger. When it gets to be Joe Watson, it's tough to keep him in line, you know?
There's got to be something, though, to being around ice because even the older Flyers still look freaking young. Like it's like a cryogenic thing going on. You guys all look great.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I just want to avoid Joe from having to shake his hand because he nearly breaks your damn fingers when he grabs a hold of you.
Hi, Joe Watson.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, he's got a vice grip.
Between him and the Hound, I mean, we got the best alumni around. You know.
Well, it's hilarious when we have alumni games and Joe Watson plays. He still thinks it's the Stanley Cup Finals from '74 and '70. Like there's no losing in alumni hockey. He'll give you heck. Next Monday night, if you're not back checking, you'll hear from Joe Watson.
I'm going to be cherry picking. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, you'll hear about him.
Yeah.
You'll hear about him.
So a lot of alumni in the game. It's on the 15th, right? And like Eric Lindros is coming down, I believe. And the three of you guys are going to be a part of it. Scotty Upshaw is going to be there as well. Who else is going to be making an appearance for the alumni game?
Well, Rick Tocchet.
Right.
Yeah. Big name.
That's the whole incentive for it. It's Talk and Holmgren, right?
I got my first Flyers game. It was a Flyers-Capitals playoff game. Rick Tocchet and Neil Sheehy got into a fight, and I was at the glass. I was in 8th grade, and it's when the games were on Prism, and so we found the video. You can see me banging against the glass as this, chubby little 13-year-old kid. But, at one point, you see Tocchet just nail Neil right in the middle of the face with a fist, and you see Neil's face like, oh, it was just
glorious, right?
It was glorious. It was absolutely
glorious.
That's
hockey for you. Yeah.
Speaking of tough guys, Donald Brashear's coming down. It's really cool. It's his first time coming to a Flyer alumni event. He's very, very excited about it. So we got a lot of toughness. It's an alumni game. We got a lot of Dave Brown, Brashear, and Scotty. It's going to be
Danny Briere.
Talking about toughness.
No, Brashear he was one of the scariest looking guys I've ever seen to play that game. I mean, just as far as an intimidating, imposing individual,
Riley Cote, who's fought him many times.
Yeah, Riley Cote. They're scary in warm-up.
Right,
See some old-time, like Dave Brown used to just patrol. Everyone's seen a warm-up, and you usually skate from your red line into behind your net to get ready. Brownie would just skate between the blue line and the red line, and the whole time he was just looking at the other team.
Yeah.
And if you're on the other team, you dare not make eye contact. Because he had you then.
Right.
Yeah. My last alumni game, I got to play between Fridge, Todd Federer, and Brownie, Dave Brown. So we were playing the Flyers Warriors, and there's some guys there that wanted to test us a little bit. And I felt like the toughest guy on the ice.
That's nice, man. Brad, were you the last Flyer to play without a helmet? Is that part of your one of your bits of trivia? No?
Actually, Craig McTavish was the last Flyer, and he was the last player in the NHL not to wear a helmet. And a side note to that, Craigie McTavish and I grew up together in London, Ontario. We played on the same minor hockey Team Southwest London Bobcats growing up, so it must have been something in the water that we didn't wear the helmet. So
yeah, what do you when you look back at that and think of how you guys played less protected back in the day? What crosses your mind?
Well, I don't know. You got to understand, when I broke in the league in the 70s, nobody wore a helmet.
Yeah.
And the odd player that did wear a helmet, they were referred to as a chicken bleat.
Yeah,
right.
And so when I made the NHL, I wanted to be like my idols that I watched on TV. You know, the Tim Hortons and the Bobby Bonds and Alan Stanley, names that I know none of you guys have ever heard, but I wanted to be like them. So I didn't wear a helmet when I played. When I look back now, I understand the helmet's got to be worn now, but it was a different game back in the 70s.
It's staggering, again, to see the speed at which, again, I'm always stunned at your ability to process everything that's going on when you're out of the game, whether you're on the field for baseball or whatever, any sport, but it's particularly hockey, which moves so fast, to process everything as it's going on. And I think that is, unless you've been down at ice level as a spectator and have seen, remember years ago they tried to add the glowing puck so that there's just no way. There's no way to capture the speed of it.
No, they could have used that in like the 80s when the televisions and everything
couldn't
sucked.
Process.
But now that we have HD, you don't need that. I wanted to ask you guys, did any of you or all of you happen to see the Netflix documentary about the Danbury Trashers? And are you guys aware?
I saw parts of it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet. I want to watch it.
Were you aware of it as it was actually happening in real time?
So real quick, that's I was thinking that was the one that was about the Slapshot team, but that's not it. This is about a minor league team or an independent team.
No, it was like a minor league team that basically modeled themselves after Slapshot, and the Broad Street Bullies and all of that. And then it had happened as there was the NHL lockout, and so they actually were able to get
Mike Rupp. Mike Rupp, who had just won a Stanley Cup with the New Jersey Devils, was out of work. And so he ended up playing with his team. And they were like
and
mafia.
Frank Bialowas.
Yeah, right. The animal.
Oh, my God.
But there were these mafia ties attached to it. Casey turned me on to this documentary. Any hockey fan should watch it. But it's just wild. It's one series of weird events after another.
And were you guys aware of it as it was happening, or okay?
No, I had no clue.
Me neither. Me neither.
I think congratulations is in order for you guys. On Thursday, you guys got inducted to the National Radio Hall of Fame.
That's correct, sir. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
That's pretty neat.
It was. It's still, Preston, would you say, and I think for everybody, because this was right before this event, we still haven't processed it.
Yeah.
But once you were there, like I assume it's the same way when you guys are around people who inspired you. We were at this event and we're around a whole bunch of legends. And it's like, what the hell are we doing here? But it was
we just
cool.
screw around all morning.
Yeah, totally. That's what we do. Absolutely. But Tocchet, was he the most recent inducted into the Flyers Hall of Fame?
Him and Paul Holmgren this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what do you guys think about that? About yourselves and someday being a nominated into illustrious company like that?
Well, go ahead, Danny.
He thinks
I didn't want to go straight to Danny.
You don't really think about that. I'm sure it was the same thing with you guys.
Yeah, we had no
If
idea.
it happens, it happens. But that's not, on a day-to-day basis. You just kind of go about your business and do what you're supposed to.
No, that's true, because the award you get is this, that you have this, or that you were able to play a game that you loved and worked hard at it. That's the award, and then everything else is icing. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so the alumni game is coming up on the 15th, and Nick had said this will be at the Wells Fargo Center, and you can pick up the tickets at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Danny, are you part of the handling the operation of that, or am I wrong about that?
About what?
The alumni game.
The alumni? No, not about the alumni game.
Okay.
That's Brad's department.
Okay, I got you.
Department.
And so it's the Flyers Wives charity that's benefit, correct?
Flyers Charities and Flyers Alumni Charities.
Flyers Alumni Charities.
And I'm sorry, how do you guys pick the teams?
Throw a bunch of sticks in the middle.
Of doing picking the teams right now, and so we got everyone coming in, and now we're going to divide the teams up. We're going to put it out next Monday, I believe, and let the fans have a little fun with it. Who should be on whose team? The big question: should we finally split up Lindros and LeClaire, or keep them together?
Who's going to be in net?
Yeah. So, but it's going to be a great night for those of you that saw the outdoor alumni game back in 2012 at the baseball stadium, and then of course we had alumni game for the 50th anniversary of the Flyers, and it's just a great atmosphere for all the old-time Flyer hockey fans.
Yeah, there's so much fun. The one at the ballpark was just a great time right in advance of the Winter Classic. And it's, it was amazing to me to see Bernie Piranha make saves in the ballpark and hear the fans go nuts for Bernie making an alumni game, a practice game, an exhibition, and they still went crazy for it.
Yeah, and, well, if you remember, he stopped Ron Duguay on a breakaway.
I remember.
And we were all sitting on the bench, and, he's from New York. He loves Broadway. He loves the limelight. We're all thinking, okay, this hot dog's going to score. And he went and he shot it right in the breadbasket of Bernie. And the place went nuts. And so I was back talking to Bernie after he made the big save on Duguay. And he says to me, he says, Marshy ain't going to get any better than that. I'm done. so he left the net. And I said, Bernie, where are you going? And he says, I'm done. And I said, you at least got to do a lap around the rink and wave to everybody. So he did one lap. He waved. He went and got showered. And he came out and coached the rest of the game.
Well, you know when you've hit your peak, right?
That's right, yeah.
So who's in net for this game? Casey was going to ask that.
We got Robert Ashe and Neil Little.
Okay.
And we have Mike McKenna coming in from St. Louis to play. So the goaltending position's the hardest one to fill in alumni hockey because they're crazy enough to stop 100-mile-an-hour shots when they played. Who the heck wants to stop them when they're 50, 55 years old? Because we still try to shoot the puck the same way, high and hard, and
yeah.
Well, from what you guys are saying, this is you don't ratchet it back that much. You still get that competitive urge kicking in, and you're playing real hockey.
Yeah, and put Danny on the line with Fedoruk and Riley Cote, and you'll be.
I'll feel great.
You'll be 6 foot tall.
And
Nice.
I think, Preston, we're going to have some tickets to give away as well.
I'm reading this actually right now.
Okay.
This was just handed to me, so we can actually give away some tickets. And
Nice.
we'll take, let's take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. We'll give away tickets to the game, which is Monday, November 15th, 7 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center. And it's Team Toggett and Team Holmgren, and we'll set you up if you give us a call right now. So we'll make sure we do that. Now, we are going to have a competition right here. It has nothing to do with hockey at all. But it's going to be Team Marsh against Team Hartnell. Woo! Yes. And we have actual teams. We have our listeners that are set up. We're going to do a game. It's called Red versus Blue. And I'll explain what's happening in just a little bit. We're going to send these guys outside. They're going to go on to the Pharaoh's Fury amusement ride that we have. It's one of those giant boats that rocks back and forth. And we'll tell you exactly what they're going to be doing in just a moment. So we'll have you guys head out there, and we'll talk to you in just a second.
Before we go on, I'm not sure if we're coming back in, but to say anything on the mics, but on behalf of the Flyers the Alumni Association, we'd like to make a donation to your Camp Out for Hunger in the amount of $2,500.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's
We got the
fantastic.
real check here.
Thank you so much.
None of those ceremonial ones. We bring the real money.
I appreciate that. The real deal. I'll take it from you, Brad. You can leave it in the envelope.
Really
There we
big
go.
check.
Yes.
Really big
It's a
check.
briefcase full of cash.
Standard check.
So thanks very
size.
much for all you guys do. It's great.
Thank you.
Likewise.
And good luck out there. We'll have you guys. We'll send you out. Danny Briere, ladies and gentlemen, Brad Marsh, Scott Hartnell. They are headed out into our parking lot. Most of our in-studio audience is headed outside because they are going to be a part of this event. We have people that are lined up and on the ride. In the meantime, while we're getting those guys out there and getting them set up, I believe we're going to talk to someone about another donation.
Yes.
And I'm excited about this particular donation that we are going to get. And, I think, man, it was years and years ago, Steve, that we had our friends from QVC by at the Camp Out for Hunger back when we were at the Adams Mark Hotel.
Yeah.
Way back
I
when.
love QVC.
And we are so glad that they are back here to participate again. So we would like to welcome the Senior Manager of Community Affairs. This is Kate Sheehan from QVC.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Kate. How you doing?
I'm great.
Excellent. I have been to your studios. Wow.
Amazing, right?
It's incredible. West Goshen is where you guys are located, right?
Yeah, we're in Westchester, yep.
In
It's-
Westchester?
We've attended parties there and like fan days and stuff like that. Ever since then, my wife and I have gotten into the QVC thing a lot. And it's actually when I work, I was saying this on the air, when I work out sometimes, I will put QVC on, just let it play because it's so soothing, especially around the holidays when everything's done up. But I become that QVC person. So
Oh, I
thank Thank you.
I'm happy to hear that. That's great.
And you can go and tour. That's what I did. I went and took the official tour, but you can tour the studios while you're there.
Not currently.
But in normal times, you can definitely set up a QVC tour. I was impressed with how many people were there and how professional it was, and that it was an active studio, and these things were happening as we were watching live. It was really cool.
Well, you know what they've taken to do, as we all have during the time. You would have people and different people with the products. You would do Zoom and do stuff remotely, and it was working very well. You guys have handled it very well and pivoted nicely.
We really have, with in the last year and a half, being able to do, like you said, the Zooms and the Skypes.
Yeah.
Having still our guests there.
It all
even though
works.
Virtually, it all works.
Yeah.
We're still able to connect with the customer. So it's really been a really smooth transition for us.
Excellent. And like we said, we appreciate your partnership here with Camp Out for Hunger, and you guys have a donation that you're going to present.
We do. So I first just want to congratulate you and congratulate Phil Abundance for all of the wonderful work that you do and the awareness that you all raise for such a good cause.
Thank you.
I know especially in the last year and a half, it's, people have been very, very much impacted by the food insecurity and all of the amazing work that Phil Abundance does. And they do it with dignity, which is really, really important for a lot of our neighbors that never experienced hunger before.
You're exactly right.
To be able to serve them with dignity and respect and empathy, it's just truly amazing.
Yeah, we spoke about that on day one. I was asking what can we present to the people who may be embarrassed, who may not want to ask for a handout, and like you said, dignity is number one, and you're not alone, and they know that, and they want you to know that as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely.
Many of the people who work for Phil Abundance and come down and volunteer have themselves been recipients and have gone on to get on their feet. And it's always there, and there are always people who want to help, and it's never a blemish on your status. We all go through these times, and so yes, and that main force, that main drive, that, as you said, is what makes Phil Abundance so good at what they do. So
absolutely, absolutely, and yes, so I am here with a donation. It's extremely important to us, as I mentioned, being based in Westchester, to give back to our local community, and Phil Abundance being such a huge partner in the Philadelphia region. I'm thrilled to be here today to share that QVC is making a $50,000 donation.
Holy shnikes! Holy
wow.
50 grand.
Yeah, that equates to 200,000 pounds.
Wow.
Unreal.
Wow.
Man, that's okay. That's massive.
Well, QVC came roaring in here.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
That's absolutely unbelievable. We are blown away by that. I'm just, I'm speechless at that, Kate. Thank you so much.
We're happy to do it. Continue all the great work that you all are doing here, and Phil Abundance, continue the wonderful, wonderful work you're doing for our community. I'll do a quick shout out for all of our QVC fans. Please tune in this weekend. I know Kathy's done an amazing job promoting it, but our special live event, Shop With Us Live, this weekend, November 6th and 7th.
And like everywhere, online,
on all platforms. There's going to be new products, new programming, free shipping, a lot of celebrity guests. So please tune in, get your Christmas shopping done with QVC.
It's very easy, and it's honestly, for people who might be resisting, get on board because it works really well.
Yeah.
And we have QVC products all over our house now, but we're into it. So
great. I love it. I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I love it. Well,
Excellent.
congratulations.
Thank you, Kate.
It's great to be with all of you.
Kate Sheehan, Senior Manager of Community Affairs at QVC, with a huge donation for Camp Out for Hunger. And we are awaiting your arrival to come down and see us. Don't forget, we're stopping tomorrow by the end of the show, taking donations, and we'll be done, around 11 a.m. is when we wrap up. So we are running out of time, just to remind you, and we would appreciate anything at all. Doesn't have to be a $50,000 donation.
No.
A $5 donation, whatever it is, anything. We would like to get that from you. Okay, now we're about to head outdoors for a head-to-head face-off that we are going to try. It's a contest we're calling Red versus Blue, and I'll explain exactly why that is. It's going to be Team Marsh against Team Hartnell. We have Brad Marsh and Scotty Hartnell being observed by Danny Briere
yes,
for this
he
event.
is known as I think that was his nickname, and he was playing The Observer.
He was The Observer. he just said he didn't want to do it, Scott. All right, so here's what... You are the sucker.
That was your name, the sucker.
So here's what we're doing. I will explain to everyone. We have a ride that's called Pharaoh's Fury. It's one of those ships that rocks back and forth. And listen, Casey and I were riding the other day. It goes a lot steeper than it looks. When you're on the ride, you're a little freaked out on how high up and how steep you are in this. Now, we have outfitted a team red and a team blue. Scott, what team are you on?
I am team red.
All right, team red. And Brad Marsh is Scott Blue, or is team blue. And here's why we've named it that. Each person that's sitting, and we have the entire thing filled. Marissa, can you hear me? I didn't know Marissa had a microphone.
She's in the doorway right there.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Throw up to my right. Oh, I'm
Left
sorry.
the
to my
10.
left.
Yes. All right.
Scott is team red. Marsh is team blue. Scott already started. He was doing his whole chant down from the bottom. He was getting the crowd revved up. We have 14 people on each side.
Thank you.
All holding two 22-ounce cups full of Gatorade.
All right, so Team Red obviously has red Gatorade, 22-ounce cups, so 44 ounces per person, and Team Blue is holding blue Gatorade. Now, the object of this is we're going to activate the ride. It's going to go back and forth. You try to keep as much liquid inside of that cup as you can. And we've also outfitted everyone with their own all-white jumpsuit that they're wearing. So it's kind of like Squid Games.
Yes, and at the end, Preston, it should resemble a Jackson Pollock painting.
Exactly. And when they are done, each team is going to come into the tent here, and they're going to pour out their liquid into these containers that we have in front of us. Whichever team has the most amount of liquid in the containers will be deemed our winners.
So that is the object, to retain the liquid in the cup and come in here, and we'll see who wins.
I'm very curious as to how Brad Marsh is currently feeling, because he was not jazzed about doing this ride. Brad, how you feeling?
Brad, can you hear us? Brad cannot hear us.
Okay.
While we fix Brad's equipment, I'm going to get a scouting report from our referee, Danny Briere. Danny, which team do you think has the upper hand in this?
I'm thinking red.
Red.
Yeah, red.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Liney.
That's Scotty's team.
That's my old Liney.
Hey, Brad, can you hear us now?
We haven't gotten to it yet.
All
Okay,
right,
we
no
haven't
problem.
gotten to that yet, because I want to make sure that he can before we get this whole thing started.
So I have to thank the team at Skelly's Amusements. They actually put people on evenly. So they, put a medium-sized person and a medium-sized person, guys and girls. So they did the best to make sure that these teams were as even as possible. How are you guys feeling up there?
Oh, it just came on.
Cold.
Yeah, that was really exciting. Scott, maybe you can lead him in a better chant than that.
All right. Let's go red. Let's go red.
That is great.
I love it. I love it. They just wanted us to get it started because it's cold out there and it's breezy. Brad, I heard him say it just went out again. Brad, can you hear me?
I can now, yep.
Excellent. All right, Brad, how you feeling on your side of the ride?
I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling confident in Team Blue.
Okay, Team Blue.
Yeah, Team Blue all the way.
Now, Brad, I heard you might actually have an advantage because of motion sickness. You might actually vomit and add more liquid to this.
Well, that's a nice thought. I'll lean to my left.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I think we're ready to get this started. And by the way, this is all on YouTube. You can stream this live right now. We have video that's being supplied. Newman University is handling that. So I think Team Red, are you ready?
Ready.
Team Blue, are you ready?
We are ready.
All right, Marissa, when they're ready, let's get red versus blue
All right.
fired up and started.
A strategy is just hold it, keep it in. All right, I'm getting a thumbs up from Skelly's. You guys get it started as soon as it's ready.
And we're going to hear the audio from both Brad and Scott because
All right,
the mics
it's
are live.
moving.
All right, here we go. And they have to keep it balanced and keep the liquid in the cups.
That first slow sway, no spills yet. Everyone's doing good. Remember, no cursing up there, guys.
Okay, my bad.
You got it, Marissa. You got it.
I'll tell you.
I know one thing. Team Blue is going to be Team Red after this.
It all flies to the other side.
There is not a single not a single drop spilled yet, guys.
Yeah, everyone seems to be holding it pretty well.
Well, this isn't fun. Nothing. Not a single drop. How is that fun? So good.
They're good, man.
I did drop one little button.
Their hands
Oh,
are going
darn
up
it.
in the air.
Oh, darn it. Oh, darn it. Oh, darn it.
It's high.
Whoa!
This is the part that you start feeling a little nauseous. Really high.
Okay. Whoa!
I think Brad wants it to be over.
Desperately.
This is the equivalent of the teacups for all these people right now.
All right, and it looks like it is slowing down indeed, but they held on a little bit better than I thought would happen.
Did very well.
There is some spillage, but those cups, for the most part, seem to be full, but it's still going. And
it's coming to an end now. It's doing its final descent.
I love it.
Yeah, right. You're setting us up.
All right, so still, there's a lot of liquid to be measured, and we'll see. Scott, do you have any spillage on you?
I do. I have a couple milliliters.
Okay, so make sure that as you come in and you don't want to lose any liquid just walking in, that'd be a waste.
Hey, Brad, how did you do with your cups?
I did pretty darn good, I think.
Okay.
I got one
thirsty.
drop.
He drank half it, but
I got one drop.
Wow.
Thirsty.
I'm wondering if we need to pick 6 people from each team and throw them on the can drop.
And hold their cups going down that?
Right,
we can do that easily.
Yeah.
All right, but we still have to measure this and find out which team came out ahead.
Guys, I don't think our containers are big enough for all the liquids that's coming back.
All
Oh my
right, well,
God.
listen.
Do we put some people on the can drop in between?
Well, do you want to do that?
I'm just saying, like these. I know. I bought.
Well, we have to stick to the original rules, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to stick to the original rules.
If we do this now,
But we could have a playoff.
We could have a playoff, but
Yeah.
I think Marissa's right because we were watching and everyone seemed to retain their liquid level pretty nicely.
Yeah, we have to worry about the competition committee coming in and shutting this down.
We'll lose our international license.
If you were to use physics, okay, if you were to hold the cup with just 2 fingers like this onto the brim,
like a pendulum,
it would rock back and forth, and by physics it would all stay in. I don't know if that's centrifugal or centripetal force, but either one of those, it would keep everything in there. So maybe
it's exculpatory.
They were thinking about that.
Yeah.
I remember last time we did this with the coffee, and whoever won, it was all over them.
It was Jillian Millie.
And Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys had coffee all over you.
Yeah, it was a total disaster.
Yep. All right. So we're going to have them all march into here and start to pour the liquids out into the containers that we have in front of us. And after all the liquid is poured out, we will measure them and we will see which team comes out victorious. And that team will walk away with no prize whatsoever because we don't have anything to give away. But we will find out who gets bragging rights of
Look
red
at
versus
them.
blue. Here
Look at
comes
them.
Scott Hartnell,
spotless
captain of Team Red. Let's go. Going to pour that into the red container, Scott. And yeah, Marissa's right. We'll have to see if this is overflowing or not. He's making sure that every single drop gets in there.
Wow.
And we have 14 people that are going to be pouring all of this wonderful Gatorade, red and blue. Blues, you can step up and go too. Go ahead.
Preston, I'm not seeing a lot of spill on the uniform.
No,
These guys
great.
were pros.
We got a little bit on this guy right here. He was pointing that out to us. But it might run off. I haven't checked out that material to see if it's absorbent at all or not on those jumpsuits. It may just run right off of them.
All right.
Preston, let me, while you're mentioning those jumpsuits, thank Ferguson Supplies. They gave them to us a bunch of years ago for our gender reveal.
Yes.
When we covered everybody. And thanks, because they came in handy.
By the way, does anybody want to do any gender revealing right now?
Yeah, we could. We have red and blue.
Yeah, we could do that.
The red could go for pink.
We really should use jumpsuits for every contest we do ever.
It's
because
the best.
They look fantastic.
Yeah.
Guys, it's Danny Briere here. I was really impressed with the hands, the steady hands.
Yes, I have to agree.
I mean, you were known to have great hands.
Well, we might have some alumni possibilities here.
You're right.
Really?
We're short some players.
Some rookies potential. All right, very cool. So,
All right, the final contestants are coming in. We have a couple of red, one more blue coming off, 2 more blues coming off.
guys, make sure you get every drop out because I think this is going to be a contest decided by drops.
Yeah, this is really close. Right
neck
now,
and neck.
blue's got the edge, but there's more reds that have to.
Yeah,
I see
there we
more
go.
Reds and blues that are filling up the container.
Wow.
And this is going to be a close one, and we might indeed have to have a playoff on the can drop ride.
All right.
People are making sure they get every last drop.
No, they
in the
need to.
bucket.
Kathy, look at how close it is.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because nobody's.
Right now, red is in the lead, but we still have some blues that have to step up.
Yep. And there's still 1, 2, 3
Ooh, I
people
don't
with
know.
reds. 3 people with blues. This could be, and the one time we did this, we had a tie as well. If you remember, we ended up having to do this twice.
By the way, I can't even look at Gatorade without thinking of colonoscopy prep, Preston.
It is the preferred beverage
Yeah.
when you're getting a colonoscopy.
All right, look at this, Preston. It is neck and neck.
Oh my
Who
goodness!
is going to be our official judge when we finally have the last drop in there?
Danny Briere, I think, right? Because he's impartial.
Yeah.
And wait a minute.
Wow.
Yeah. Where's Danny? Danny, where are you?
Right here.
Right behind
by
the
the
containers.
bucket.
We need you to take us up. Anything left? All right, Danny, what's it going to be?
Everybody's in?
Yep.
Yeah, I had called the red.
Red!
Team Red.
Scott Hartnell.
I don't
don't think I've lost the last couple of years.
Nice. Stands victorious and remains our champion.
To be honest, what I was seeing, I was not seeing a lot of spillage, but this is actually fairly decisive.
Yeah, that's there must have been more than we had anticipated, more than we had seen.
The question is, where the hell did it go?
Yeah, it's.
Did anybody drink their Gatorade?
Marshy was thirsty.
It had to be. It had to be. Yeah, some Gatorade evaporated.
Yeah, look at that. All right, well, you guys are good sports. Thank you so much for participating in that, and nobody got as messy as we thought they would, so that's a bonus, too, because you don't have to go out here with socks that are soaked in Gatorade.
We were going to use raw sewage initially, but we passed on that.
Next time we'll do that,
yes.
for sure. Well, thank you guys. We appreciate it. Scott Hartnell, Brad Marsh, Danny Barrera, Flyers alumni on the 15th. And thank you, all listeners, for participating. We are taking a break, right? We will come back in a moment. The B-File is up next. Stay with us. We'll return with the Camp Out for Hunger on MMR.
Preston and Steve.
Lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy? Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
Not what it sounded like.
Hold.
One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
we did.
Boxing like sex.
Do the butthole.
Oh my
The youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
To the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on,
the
I wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as strict.
They couldn't see everything. Right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances. Seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great, because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your buttholes.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos. And if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And for a decent price, too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully. It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like, it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home, possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful brick house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
Well, and then you get inside.
But even the chambers. It's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's it's brightly painted.
Yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's it looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
Are you going to get knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out? Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
This is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plugs.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh, okay.
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was.
Why didn't you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
really.
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children. I mean, it's not that you want to. It's 12 or 13 years old or however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but honestly, it is in one fell swoop, boom. You're a woman now.
Yeah.
You know? And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes. Yeah. You know, like
it's a pube party.
it's a
boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a biological thing. It happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, like, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You
can. Fetuses have boners.
There's proof. What? Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt. No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year.
Oh.
I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh, I had probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
And I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
because
Kathy,
they make
when
compliments.
She smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume it. Her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah. Has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh my God!
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
My butthole. This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
A mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery guests.
Oh, good.
The most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think he'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right. Take those glasses off.
All right, hang on.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, so one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
No, 20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No. In fact,
yet.
if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling. So.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, have I, right?
No! Oh, really? God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right,
Good guess.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island. You know,
So
and we
now-
have played golf together, so you know.
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Yeah.
Wise.
Yeah. I'll, they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all? Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
You know, Preston, I'm still getting people say, "Are those people in the tent?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh yeah.
It's you can come down.
And in fact, later on when Pierre's on and Jackson, if you want to come down and visit, come into the tent, you can do that. We just ask that you wear a mask. But and then tonight's event is outside.
Oh, and speaking of tonight, I believe because the Flyers game is on MMR that our buddy Jackie Bam Bam's going to swing by.
Awesome.
Yeah. So he was trying to. Bill Weston and I were talking about it yesterday. But the Sixers and Flyers play tonight, which means the Flyers game's on MMR, which means there's no live Jackie Bam Bam broadcast.
So he'll be joining us for food trucks and fireworks?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, awesome, man. Excellent. So that event starts around 5 o'clock, by the way. And then the fireworks kick off at 8. We got 10 food trucks, and Michelob Light is sponsoring the event. So, yeah, it's going to be a damn good time. Before we get to the Bizarre File, we would like to welcome to our microphone a gentleman who is representing Ashley Furniture, and they've been helping out for a while. We want to welcome Michael Wheat to the show.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
How are you, Michael?
I'm doing well. First of all, congratulations on your Hall of Fame induction. Very
thanks,
happy
man.
for you guys.
Appreciate that.
Cool. Thank you.
And we want to thank you because behind this giant video wall that you see behind us are some areas that we have set up for our guests and our volunteers. And we need some space because people are here all day long doing this event. And you guys at Ashley have supplied the furniture for us.
Yeah, we did. Listen, we know you guys need to be comfortable. You're working out hard all week. And we don't really want it back.
Oh, okay.
We're going to be giving that to Phil Abundance.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
I've told you this before. We have a lot of your furniture in our home, and we love it. And that back there in particular is very comfortable. So are things going well for you guys? I know
just like everybody else right now, supply chain's a little bit tough. We're working hard to make sure everybody gets their new furniture before the holidays. But, we're blessed, and, we're grateful to be able to give back to our community, which is why we're here today.
Yeah, I love that when we went and we'd gone to a couple of different places, and we ended up at your store, one of your stores. It was a bam, 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 got everything done quickly. So thank you for that, and thank you for keeping, because a lot of times you see Rodney sitting back there, passed out, because Rodney's here around the clock, and all his staff will get to lounge a little bit and relax a little bit. So it's made a big difference. Thank you so much.
We're glad we're able to help.
And you do have another donation besides the furniture that you're going to make today.
Yeah, we're going to be donating 20,000 pounds to Phil Abundance.
10 tons of food.
That is awesome.
That's outrageous. That is wonderful. And is this a direct to Phil Abundance donation?
This will be a direct to Phil Abundance donation.
That's wonderful, man.
The
Thank
way
you
they're able
so
to
much.
orchestrate this stuff and take it down there, and again, it's a machine-like military precision that they display. Everything here, when people come down and see this, they realize all that's going on, but couldn't do it without you, man. So
Michael,
thank you.
what are how many locations in the general area?
So we got 10 locations in the Philadelphia area, as far south as Millville. We just opened up one in Delco for you, Casey, right there in Clifton Heights. We got, like I said, we got 10 stores throughout the area, so
There's
please
that one
come and see us.
in Plymouth Meeting, not too far from the Metroplex, and I went in and took a nap on one of the beds.
Nice. Yeah, you were in our Conshohocken location.
Was, yes,
yeah,
Concha, yes.
absolutely.
That's where
it's a
I
beautiful
purchased
store.
my furniture. What a small world.
There you go.
Is that, would you dare to say that's your favorite Ashley Furniture
That's
location?
got to be.
Steve?
It's got to be.
There you go. It's one of our favorite stores. So
Plaque out front. Steve Morrison approved.
Absolutely. In fact, if you want a big, 30, 40-foot statue of me out front, I'd gladly
We can
pose
work
for
on
that.
that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for being here, Michael. Thanks for that
guys.
generous donation. Michael Wheat of
Absolutely, guys. Thank
Ashley Furniture. Love seeing these guys step up. It's amazing. Oh, and what'd you do with that check, Marissa? Oh, yeah, it's right here. It's right here. So this was last night, I think. So I've been leaving like right after the show and passing out because I've been sick.
You've been making a lot.
I have diarrhea. And I'm not going to hide it from you, folks. I got diarrhea. I'm actually passing gas as I speak. And but that's okay. There's a fan back here.
Listen, it's for charity.
And I've also had a sore throat and congestion, all this stuff. So I've not been here for the things that have been going on in the afternoon. It's just better that I not be around.
No.
Right, Kathy? Yeah. Better that I not be around.
Kathy begs you to leave.
So did this come up last night, Marissa? Because you told me this morning, and I'm just barely hanging on as far as consciousness goes.
Actually, I got a note from Sarah Parker. It probably came around 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Almost bedtime.
This is a big check, and it's from a young man named Carter Fisher. And he made his own giant check, and this kid raised $747, and he made this big check. Yeah, it's great.
That's amazing.
And what's awesome is the name of the bank on this check is Ann Gorski Savings and Loan. If you listen to the show, then you know that reference. And he wrote in the bottom notes where you can put, it says, for help people in need. And he signed it Carter W. Fisher.
Look,
so I
that's
thought that
awesome.
was the really sweetest thing. And his, the signature is a mix of capital and lowercase letters. And
I like his address, too.
Yeah, it's Gadzooks Boulevard in Nova Scotia. 933 Gadzooks Boulevard in Nova Scotia. So really cool. And we've had a number of kids that have dropped off their own drives that they've done and raised money and food. And it's just really cool to see.
It's very inspiring. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we need to do the Bizarre File, so we're going to do it. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Wawa. Wawa and 2SP Brewing released their latest beer today at select Wawa stores. Yeah, it happens today. And yesterday, they made a $10,000 donation to Camp Out for Hunger to benefit Phil Abundance. So we love Wawa and 2SP Brewing for that. All right, we're going to start with this one. A 98-year-old COVID-19 victim's body was dissected in front of a paying audience in Portland in a hotel ballroom without the family's consent.
What the hell?
Mike Clark, a funeral director in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, said that the body of 98-year-old David Saunders had been given to a private Las Vegas-based company called MedEd Labs with the expectation that it would be used for medical research. Clark said the family instead learned that the body was dissected at a $500 ticket event at a Portland Marriott. The dissection was organized by a group called Death Science, which has more than 1 million followers on TikTok and says on its website that it educates people on scientific fields and topics that relate to the deceased. An event page for the Portland dissection says Death Science's medical professionals would guide guests through the dissection and would allow viewers to get a, quote, up-close and personal look at the cadaver. An administrator said that the company had sold Saunders' corpse to Death Science founder Jim Siliberto, though the administrator said that he could not explain why the company had given Death Labs a body infected with COVID-19.
Yeah.
Siliberto said that MedEd Labs was aware of his plans to dissect the body at a public event. Clark, meanwhile, said that his funeral home would no longer work with MedEd Labs and that his staff was horrified with what had happened.
Did they at least provide dinner?
Clark and Siliberto didn't immediately respond to a request for comment afterwards. So
That's insane.
I'd never heard of anything like that before. And people paying just to come them essentially chop up a body and watch it. Yep. Deputies say that they made a huge drug bust during a traffic stop Tuesday, but think the bigger crime was the suspects bringing Little Debbie into the mix.
No.
To the sheriff's office, the driver of a vehicle ran away from a traffic stop after a deputy saw methamphetamine paraphernalia in plain view. Deputies also claim a woman in the vehicle tried to hide a small bag of pills. K-9 unit was called to the scene. Deputies located the driver hiding in a wooded area nearby. The deputies determined the pair were both felons from Oklahoma, with the woman having a felony warrant out for vehicle theft. The suspect's vehicle was searched and uncovered 100 grams of methamphetamine, almost 150 Xanax pills, half pound of marijuana, a handgun with a serial number scratched off, and investigators suspected that to be stolen. Deputies said most of the drugs were discovered in a Little Debbie oatmeal cream pie box, something that did not sit well with them.
That's sacrilege.
The department posted on Facebook, "As cops, we can't begin to tell you how much that upset us. Snack food is our life.
Yeah.
If criminals start messing with zebra cakes, then we're going to take it personal." The man and woman were both arrested and are facing 7 felony charges.
Do you like those oatmeal cakes? Have you ever had those?
do.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I grew up on those.
Yeah.
I like those.
Do you like meth?
Not as much.
Okay, all right.
But I do love...
What if it's homemade right out of the oven?
Yeah, the meth?
Almost anything homemade out of the oven beats the store.
Is this fresh meth? You can tell.
A 20-year-old Irvine man federally... Excuse me.
Round of applause for Preston Elliott for carrying on. You heard the man cough.
Trying, man.
I'm waiting for the inspiring Disney movie, The Cougher.
20-year-old Irvine... No, it'd be The Farter.
The Farter.
That's worse.
Well, yeah.
The 20-year-old...
Hey, that's my title.
That's the Touchstone movie.
Oh, you get gas for a week and a half, and all of a sudden, you're the farter. Try 46 years, pal.
He's really upset about it. Yeah. His legend is being besmirched.
I'm sorry I stepped on your territory, man. A 20-year-old Irvine man federally charged with assault of a crew member aboard an American Airlines flight last week told investigators he was acting in self-defense after flying home from brain surgery. You guys probably saw this story.
Yes, yeah.
Brian Sue, which is HSU, and I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, so I apologize.
I think you're right, Sue.
Brian Sue claimed that he suffers from psychological damage stemming from an assault in New York City last year, including a mental fog that impedes his ability to think clearly. Earlier on Monday, he was arrested by the FBI after one of the worst displays of unruly behavior we've ever witnessed, according to American Airlines CEO Doug Parker. Sue claimed that he was stretching outside a lavatory on flight when he accidentally bumped the flight attendant, who he said became agitated and began swinging at him. I don't see that happening.
No.
Sue told investigators he was scared that an impact to his head in its current state could cause him severe injury or death, so he raised his hands in defense. The attendant then charged at him and hit her nose.
Check out the tip. Wait. There we go.
The attendant then charged at him and hit her nose against the palm of his right hand. So she hit his hand with her nose. Witnesses interviewed by investigators commented on Sue's behavior, his odd behavior, and that Sue punched the attendant in the face several times, leaving her with a fractured nose.
Yeah, something weird about that story.
Yep, and there you go. We're going to wrap up the bizarre file right there. Let us take another break. When we return, we will reward your patience with a lesson question about today's program, and we'll get to the trash and music news. And, of course, you can come down here. We're not the only show. Pierre comes up next.
Yes.
Jackson after that. We'll be back in a second. Camp Out for Hunger, day number 493.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You're doing more online than ever before, so shouldn't your internet do more too? That's why you can't rely on just any connection. With Xfinity, you get more than just speed. You get reliable in-home Wi-Fi coverage from the basement to the attic and a more secure Wi-Fi network. You can even save on your internet bill because Xfinity is proud to partner with the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program. That means for a limited time, you could qualify for free internet service. So switch to Xfinity today for speed, savings, and...
More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, you know, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's going to kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
Right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got nothing
I haven't
but yeses.
gotten any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right. All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I got. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are you
don't know the cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly, I thought by this time.
I know.
But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black journalist drummer.
How can I not get it?
Yes.
You know, you are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh, my God. You're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black Tommy
Oh, that
Lee.
helps
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of
acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean,
He's not
I know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just, go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you hear the voice?
He's going to know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh, man. You got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question.
You should know.
I know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name?
Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh, my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned, and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be our guest.
Oh, my God.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
From the islands, right?
Yeah, Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building
sitting here
here.
going, I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud, he's a friend of mine.
Nick's like, everybody's getting it.
Black from
Preston, how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way, and then I take, and you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Chino. By the way, I want to point something out. Kat, I was giggling at the beginning of sports, and Kathy looks at me. She's like, "What's going on over there?" Ever since we got back from vacation, we do our sports intro is live. All those sound effects, it's not pre-recorded. It's Steve hitting buttons.
We're
Casey's
artists.
hitting buttons. Casey has forgotten the order of the sound effects that he normally plays, and he's off his game. That's why I heard a doorbell in there, and I'm like,
all right.
We never heard the
Yesterday
doorbell.
there was something else.
Do you want to try it again? Do you think
We
It
have
was like
to
wind or like a hurricane yesterday, or because they've got hundreds of sound effects.
All right, I won't scream. I'm going to configure to what I always have it set.
Do you want to do it without the? I'll bring the music way down.
I kind of need the music, right?
All right, so go ahead.
Well, hang
And
on.
for those of you who hate the sports intro,
You're going to get it
there
again.
it is.
But hang on.
But I'll bring down the volume a
Before you
little
hit
bit.
anything,
By the way,
I got to figure this out.
The sports intro was born in purposeful excess.
Just being ridiculous.
No, of course.
Yeah, you guys remember why it started, right? It's because we were so excited when the Eagles finally made it to the Super Bowl. This was at Y100 that Kathy was doing news, and we couldn't wait for her to get to sports.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and so the anticipation was it was exploded in sound effects.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just don't know. The problem is, I don't know what my second. Like I know.
Don't think about it. Just
do it.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
Nick and I were actually just talking the other day about how occasionally we'll call into the conference call and we've been entering the same code to get into our conference call for however many years now, and like occasionally we'll be like, what you have, it just your mind just goes blank and you're like, what is that
Every
number?
once in a while, you sort of retrain yourself to forget it, and then you have to. That's why obviously jotting things down now and then is a good idea. But you think you have a case?
Maybe.
Do you know what you usually lead with?
I know what I lead with.
So let's start.
In the last couple of days, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting 14 instead of 23.
All right, you good to go?
So I know I got 23 starts it all, bro.
Kathy, give us the kickoff.
Okay, and in sports this morning.
has to scream, too. I'll bring the music way down.
Ball sacks are yummy.
Ball sacks are yummy.
And the dolphin. There you go. That was
it
better.
wasn't timed up. I had to pause my "What the F is that?"
Oh, all right. Okay.
I think the music helps with that.
Sounded right.
Did it sound right?
A little better, yeah.
I couldn't remember if I do farts or not.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think
No,
you
there are
do.
no farts.
No,
That would ruin the sanctity of the sports intro.
That would ruin it.
Talking about the pride of Philadelphia here. So
Farts appear in the music news.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what it is?
What is it? Wrong page?
No. So I hit this, and then I start with that.
I killed it!
There you go.
All right.
I start with that.
I tell you what, that sounded closer than it sounded for the past couple of days.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Shut up.
Game of Thrones star Sophie Turner tells Dr. Phil on his podcast, Fill in the Blanks.
Oh, my God.
Phil.
How about Phil McCracken?
In the blanks. That she got so much hate mail on social media, she actually considered suicide. She said, "It's weird. I say that I wasn't very depressed when I was younger, but I used to think about suicide a lot when I was younger, and I don't know why, though. Maybe it's just a weird fascination I used to have, but yeah, I used to think about it." And I
probably considered suicide after doing Fill the Blanks in.
She said, "I don't think I ever would have gone through with it, and I don't know." By the way, Sophie Turner on Game of Thrones, as the series has progressed, she's gotten more beautiful along the way, and now because they're dressing her different, and she is regal, and she has a little more attitude. And
May I say
eyes
something?
are just so gorgeously blue, and that red hair, she's stunning.
I'd say the same about you.
Oh, thank you.
As the show has progressed, you've gotten more beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
You know what, Steve, you're right. Absolutely.
That I've gotten more beautiful?
You have.
Thanks, man.
No doubt.
And then, no, let's do one more story. Wrap it up. Okay, we'll end with this one. While Hellboy hasn't set the box office on fire, it tanked with only $12 million in its opening weekend. One of its stars, Mila Jovovich, is still loving it, and she shared her thoughts on social media, writing in part, all I'm going to say before going to bed is this. All my raddest films...
Oh, Jesus, man.
Why is it happening? Why is it happening?
What the hell is that? Is that Hydra?
I don't know.
I unlocked my phone. And
what was it?
It was Ghosts of the Forest, Trey Anastasio's new band.
All right, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't hit play. I just... It's a freaking Face ID, okay? So
you just looked at it?
I don't know if I swiped up, but it just started playing music. Preston, I was more interested in what you were saying.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed...
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's... Now, listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However...
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Dave.
You're not feeling good, huh?
Feel horrible. Horrible. But, you know.
This is the longest I've gone without seeing you guys.
Yeah.
The pandemic.
we've seen each other.
Yeah, we've seen each other. But
every time I go to one of the harvests, you're there. So, it's great.
So, but it's wonderful to see you guys. Congratulations on another huge event. And
Thanks,
just doing so much good for the community, as always.
You barely made it here. You were just getting off a plane. What's that all about?
Florida.
I call it free Florida. I spend a lot of time in Florida right now.
And you have restaurants down there, right?
So we have a Harvest in Delray Beach, and we're currently working on a few other restaurants in Florida. And it's just entrepreneurship is alive in Florida.
Very
it's
nice.
It's fun. There's a good energy, and so it helped keep my sanity during COVID.
All right.
Definitely.
Very good, man.
So-
But otherwise, you're doing good?
Doing well. We're doing well. You know, listen, the company pulled through it. I really have to thank you guys. Casey, when we had to close right before Christmas, we saw that you and your wife supported us and our employees. Thank you so much. Steve, you did the same. You and Claire were just amazing. A little secret about me and Steve. I'm normally Mr. Optimism. You know, you read my book Case, right? So I'm normally Mr. Optimism. I think Steve, during a 4-week period, called me every day. So, Steve, thank you so much for that.
My pleasure, yeah.
He called me and made sure I didn't jump off a ledge or, whatever, and you're so supportive.
I remember that point, when you had to let workers go because of all the stuff that was going on, was the worst day of your life. But we're coming back. You got, on the other side, and it's so good to see it. Look, people in the tent here. It's all nice.
Right.
It's
The world is getting
heading
back.
in the right direction. So,
Hey, Dave, real quick, how are staffing issues going for? Because I know there's been so many wrinkles for restaurants over the last year plus, and now people are going to restaurants, which is awesome, but they're having trouble staffing everybody.
So we were lucky with loyal guests and a core base of loyal employees, but there were a lot of people that just left the industry. I mean, do you want to work in an industry where all of a sudden the governor shuts you down this week, and then you can do this, but you can't do that?
Right.
So a lot of people just needed consistency in their life. So cooks left and became IT people. Other bartenders left and became mortgage brokers. There was a lot of people that left the industry because it was so uncertain. Now we're seeing a lot of those people come back, and we're seeing new people enter the industry that have never been in the industry, which is sort of fun because you're like, look, it's all about hospitality and loving the guests and taking great care of them. So they're a blank slate, but I have some stores, Harvest Newtown, we're probably at 95% staff. And I have some other stores that are probably like Harvest North Wales, been a difficult one. So it really depends on the area. It depends on who's around that area and sort of how you grow it. But our team, you know what? We didn't lose our GMs. We didn't lose our chefs. I couldn't have done the things I did during that time without just an amazing team of people. And like Steve said, my hardest day in my life, I've cried hard 3 times in my life. When my mom died, when my first daughter was born, and when I laid off 720 people on a conference call. And I couldn't even finish the call. I was just bawling my eyes out because there was nothing you could do. That was before any aid or any PPP. Nobody knew.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like, we don't have a dollar anywhere. We've spent every dollar, and now we're spending negative dollars. We couldn't do anything. That was the hardest day, but it was amazing to see everybody come back and rally.
Cool.
No, very cool.
Excellent. And you're coming back even with all of that going on, and you're here to make a donation today.
Yeah, you can never forget how good you guys have been to us over the years. We've had such a great long-time friendship, and, I remember from my chiropractic days seeing you guys in a tiny trailer with a bonfire out front. The old days.
Yes.
And
Drinking Silco and lime in there. Yeah.
You guys are just great people, and we've been lucky. We've survived. There has been some good government programs to help restaurants, which has been great, and we want to make sure we support you guys. So between Harvest and our Bar Rosa downtown, we are donating $5,000.
Love it. Love it.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
So
we'll add that onto a growing pile, and it continues to help, and that's what this is all about, man.
And you yourself were the recipient of an honor recently, were you not?
I am. Tonight, actually, another reason I came back from Florida. And it was a big surprise. In Chester County, they named me Citizen of the Year.
Oh. Wow. Citizen of the Year.
I know. So,
Are you receiving the Kathy Romano Award?
They call it the Kathy Romano
That's in
Award.
Bucks County.
They do.
It's in Bucks County, not Chester.
She went to,
She did go to Westchester. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that. Well, congratulations, man.
Yeah, you know what? It was. We worked hard during COVID to try to help small businesses, all small businesses, whether it was a pool supply company or a restaurant. We just really tried to push to help small business, because big business survived and actually thrived, and with not as much oversight as small business. And it was really nice to be recognized. And my family will be there tonight, all to do that. My daughter, and I became a grandparent during COVID. I don't know if you guys know that.
No.
Getting that old.
I did know that, yeah.
Ivy.
You know what? No, I don't know why I'm acting surprised. I follow you on social media.
Like, no way! Wait, you're Dave McGrogan!
You're a granddad.
It's awesome. And my daughter Ivy and Winter is the grandbaby's name. Winter. They live with us. So it's been an amazing adventure during COVID. It was the light of COVID.
You've been doing a lot of good stuff, and you've been helping out a lot of people, Dave. So it's very cool. It's good to see you get that award.
Thanks.
Let's hear for Dave McGrogan, Harvest Seasonal Grill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Love the support.
We
are now going to do some giveaways. We got a lesson question, and we are going to give away a pair of tickets to see our buddy Bert Kreischer on New Year's Eve at the Met for his second show that night, the late show, the 10 p.m. show. And the question I'm going to ask you this morning is, if he's ever looking for a good restaurant in Manayunk, where should Geddy Lee eat? 215-263 WMMR. It's from a dream I had last night. If he's ever looking for a good restaurant in Manayunk, where should Geddy Lee eat? 215-263 WMMR. Give us a call. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Primo Hoagies, turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, and mayo. A meal best served cold. The Pilgrim is back. Go to PrimoHoagies.com for the nearest location. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kim Kardashian West and Pete Davidson had another, quote, secret dinner rendezvous Tuesday night in New York. In fact, it was actually kept so secret that I'm telling you about it right now. Hey! Britney Spears claiming her father, Jamie Spears, was not smart enough to place her under conservatorship and says it was her mother, Lynn Spears, calling all the shots. Britney says that next to her dad, Lynn Spears is a regular Alfred Feinstein.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Kanye West has apparently shaved off his eyebrows in an effort to look like a robot. West says he wanted to depict the dehumanization of man while also looking completely insane. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you do indeed know the answer to this question. If he's ever looking for a good restaurant in Manayunk, where should Geddy Lee eat? And we will go to John and see if we can get that answer. Hey, John, are you there?
Hey, everybody, thanks for being over here on the 55252.
Yes! And I can tell by the feedback that are you in the tent here, John? Where are you? Put your hand up if that is indeed you. Or maybe he's outside.
No, I'm not in the tent. I'm driving.
Oh, all right, fair enough.
Are you driving through the tent?
It sounds good. John, where should Geddy Lee eat in Manayunk?
Oh, you got to try out Goobers.
Goobers, yes. That is correct, John. You got it right, and we are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer on New Year's Eve at the Met, and this is his second show that night, 10 p.m. Just announced, the Birdie Boy Relapse Tour. Tickets are on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.com. You can get the complete info at WMMR.com. All right, let's do music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by the American Red Cross. Give something that means something this holiday season. The Red Cross urges eligible blood and platelet donors of all types to give now. You can visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Quickly, Preston, if I may, as we're playing that cacophony of mashed together fart sounds, I'm looking at Radio Hall.
No, yeah, there's a
Preston.
You can't see it, but there's a sign behind Nick that says Preston and Steve in the Radio Hall of Fame.
The absurdity of that.
As Steve is playing that. All right, so fans of Blink-182's Mark Hoppus were thrilled to see him back on stage for the first time since he announced that he is cancer-free. Dressed as Batman, he performed during Travis Barker's House of Horrors Halloween show. The two of them did several of Blink's hits, including What's My Age Again, The Rock Show, and Family Reunion. Though former bandmate Tom DeLonge was not there for the mini reunion, he recently stated that he and Hoppus have completely repaired their friendship and now talk on a daily basis.
So he was actually, he had a formidable battle, and the fact that he is back and cancer-free is tremendous. It shows you that whatever situation you might be in now, if you are finding yourself dealing with cancer, that there is every reason to be hopeful.
Yeah, he had stage 4 diffuse large B-cell lymphoma.
So
he's back.
Just a matter of time before there's a reunion, right?
Got to be.
It's got to be.
Got to be. And that'll be a hell of a if they were to do a tour.
Yes,
oh, man.
huge.
Wow. Speaking of being back, U2 is back with its first new song since 2019. It was reported that the track called Your Song Saved My Life will be featured in the animated musical feature Sing 2, which opens on December 22nd. Yeah,
Bono's in that.
Yeah, Bono voiced the film's character Clay Calloway, who's described as a reclusive lion rock star.
So I'm going to be playing the part of a lion.
That is correct.
A proudful beast of the jungle.
Your Song Saved My Life.
Have you ever seen a lion piss?
Wow,
it's amazing.
No. Which is included on the original motion picture soundtrack.
I don't know why I said that. It was totally inappropriate. Especially since it's a child's film.
This is U2's first original release.
But it's a solid, robust stream of urine, and I thought it was...
Like at the
Which is worth mentioning?
Yes, when they spray, it's a defensive thing.
I've seen it. Well, tiger. I've seen it, and I would imagine
it's not the same.
It's
a different animal.
It's complete pussy.
Yeah. Wow.
A pussycat?
Tigers are complete pussy.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So anyhow, it's the first original release since their 2019 team up with A.R. Rahman on the song Amiza.
I do not remember that one.
Imza. AAHIMSA, whatever it's called. Bono explained that at the end of the day, it's a connection between his music and the listeners that make it matter. He said, that is, my drug of choice. That's, for me, the thing. I cannot believe that you hear this melody line in your head and you sort of take it down and you find words.
It's the thing I've become to know as.
Find words for it and arrangement for it.
Dude.
And the next thing you know, you can be in a car in Tokyo and it's on the radio.
Hey, real quick, everybody, if you have an iPhone, take it out. Tell me, do you still have Songs of Innocence on your iPhone?
Do you remember that?
I have deleted it from my phone 1,000 times, and it just keeps coming. It's there right now.
Yeah, I have it in my iTunes.
2014.
I know.
So people may not remember what happened is that they basically U2 gave that album to the world through Apple. Okay, Donna says she has it out
Everybody
there.
put your hands up that still has it on their phone. Yes.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 of them.
I think, Case, if you had it on your system and you're using the cloud, it will keep downloading unless you erase it from the cloud.
I gave up trying to delete it. I'm just like, well, it's fine. I'm not going to listen to it. I'll hit skip every time. I don't know why.
I can tell you why. It's resilient and robust like the smell of lion piss.
I mean, I don't know. Is it a good record?
I don't know.
You're in the band.
I actually never heard it.
It's your song.
You've actually never heard it?
I was too busy working on a Misa baby.
Wow.
Who you said it was.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the name of it either.
Preston, tonight, you and me are goobers and mania.
What about
we're having dinner tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God! No, Getty's not invited. It's me and Bono. All right. Courtney Love has opened up about the use of Nirvana's "Rape Me" in HBO's Succession. She said in her Instagram story, "I was in the room watching Agog as this song was."
I've never seen Agog.
Was written in about an hour, and I've never been so proud or approving one of Kurt's songs.
Gogs are part of the platypus family.
Oh, I didn't know that. Agog is? She added, this cue in Succession is as if they truly understood KC. I guess what she calls Kurt.
Yeah.
What he was screaming his heart out without specifics about. I'm sure wherever he is, he's proud of this. And then she hashtagged it, "Rape Me, Kurt Cobain, Nirvana, Disruption, my favorite inside.
That's actually one of my least favorite.
Rape Me?
Nirvana. Yeah.
I like it.
Not a big fan.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. Hailstorm have announced a one-night-only streaming concert December 23rd. It's called Happy Haley Days. Hail-I Days. Oh, Hailstorm Holidays is playing holidays.
Yeah.
The concert was filmed in September at the Brown County Music Center in Nashville, Indiana. Tickets will be available on Friday at mandolin.com. And they are set to release a new album next year. So that will be coming up. They open their co-headlining tour with Evanescence on Friday in Portland, Oregon. That's it in music news. Yes, Casey.
I just want to give an intense shout out to a gentleman named Brian Venti. He is one of Preston and Steve's coolest teachers. And he teaches at St. Mark's High School in Delaware. And so I know one of the other teachers there is a guy named Jeff Brackenier who used to direct my daughters and son in the plays at CCC. So they work alongside each other at St. Mark's. And St. Mark's came down and they donated food to the Camp Out for Hunger. So a shout out to our coolest teacher and to all of the student and faculty at St. Mark's. Thank you.
And may I ask quickly, Casey, as far as our swimming situation outside?
Yes.
Do we know where we stand?
Okay.
A tally?
As of last night, we were in the 53-mile mark.
Okay, we need to hit how
we
many?
need to hit 82.
Okay.
They are. We are hoping that we will pass the finish line in and around 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
The question is whether or not you guys want me to ceremoniously pass the finish line.
I would like you to.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
We'll see how busy we are, but yeah, I think that'd be
Towing
great.
a tugboat.
That is with Endless Pool, so maybe we can find out, get an update before this final break here.
Sure thing.
Yeah, we're doing. All right. Speaking of that, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a second, and we'll do one more before we wrap it up and hand it over to Pierre, who will be here in just a minute. So stay with us.
Yeah.
Camp Out for Hunger on MMR continues.
Preston and Steve.
Test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay.
Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Serpent USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
And the snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
yeah, because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it.
Do you
for
remember
you.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did. My
KSAN?
At KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay.
So I
Didn't they
worked
change
in the-
format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're
country
3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains and divorces. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but yeah, it was here comes another 5-song songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline? Country
well,
stereo.
something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Oh, name all the counties.
They name
in the
all
area?
the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah.
The rest is
I've only
history.
been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's just was
crazy.
total unintelligible.
This is a Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're in really hard.
Who's wore those cowboy hats, too, when I see him on
Yes.
TV? I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, he pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just
when
telling
we
you
came
guys.
on, yeah.
This guy is such an a-hole. He's
Pretty
yelling
much.
at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because I don't
She's
know
a
if this,
newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't
Yeah.
forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed. You wife? Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's
was
like
very
I
well
was
done.
there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
Guy's deliveries.
So good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good. Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankle. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the herald.
Oh my God! He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God! Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God!
He's always gone off the deep end.
Oh yeah. Thanks, guys. It's day 4 of our Camp Out for Hunger here at the Preston and Steve Show. As you can hear, a nice group of people here in our studio. You can, or in our tent, you can be in our tent as well. Today, as Pierre comes up in a little while, and Jackson and Sarah hanging out. If you've always wanted to meet the gang, that's a great opportunity to do it. You're just asking you to wear a mask in the tent, and everybody's complying, and everybody's having a good time, man.
You know, it's cool, too. We've had the Mandalorian has been here for a while.
I saw it.
With Goguru and the Baby Yoda in the basket. It's all, it's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, so you never know. And our favorite face painting Phillies guy over here, he'll be in Eagles attire tomorrow.
I'm sure, yeah.
It's been nice. So we have had a full plate as far as stuff to do and people to talk to. And we're going to do one more little Q&A before we wrap up the day. The letter of the day is coming up in just a moment. Casey, I'm in the dark. I apologize. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm so sorry. I didn't
It's all
write your
good.
name down. But, so Tony Monaco is here from Xfinity Live.
Oh!
Yeah.
Tony, I didn't even... I feel like crap. How you doing? But it's good to see you. Tony, our friend from Xfinity Live, right next door here, gang.
Tony always helps us out.
Runs the show.
I went into Xfinity Live. I went into the Victory Beer Hall on Tuesday night before the Flyers game, Tony. It was my first time inside since before the pandemic, and it was really nice to be back in that building, to grab a beer. And so how are you guys holding up? Because, I mean, we've talked about this with several people this week, but it's been a weird year and a half, to say the least, and you guys to be back in business like this is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard everybody says there's nothing like it. We were actually closed 10 out of 14 months. Which is really tough. I heard Dave McGurgan earlier talking about it, and the day that he laid off all the employees, we had to close twice, and two of the toughest days of my life as well. But we're back. We're almost getting there with employees, but the stadium district being open 100%, all the events, people are coming back. Home Eagle games, if you've been there before, are just like they always were, crazy. And all the other events are starting to pick up, so it's terrific. I feel like, I don't want to say we're back to normal, but we're getting there.
Yeah, which is what we feel like today. And some of the best times we've had are over at that building and over all the great restaurants, all the stuff that goes on in there. We've had a couple of our comedy nights.
Yep,
and
we've had concerts there, like live, and
so
some other bands.
We're going to get back to that crap, whether you like it or not.
No, listen, we do, and we're excited about the event tonight. I do the same thing as you. Food trucks and fire trucks.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying.
Food trucks and fireworks. Really, we're looking forward to that as well, and I think that's a really nice event. I think the firework part, I know you guys have been trying to do that for years. Really excited about that and waiting to see what actually comes out.
Yeah, thanks for your assistance, too, because we weren't sure, like, okay, how many food trucks should we have? I mean, what can they hold? And you guys are like, here's what you need to do. And so we followed to the letter, and it should work out great tonight.
So just remind people, they come down, you purchase the food, but a portion of your food purchase will go towards the Camp Out for Hunger.
Correct.
And then you hang out and fireworks.
Yeah, be plenty of drinks. You can you hang outside. If you want to come inside, Xfinity Live will be open inside the NBC Sports Arena. And fireworks at 8 o'clock. Yeah, it's going to be terrific.
Yep, so that starts, the food starts getting served at 5. So stop in, get in line, get your dinner, hang out, and have a couple drinks from Michelob Ultra. And then we have the fireworks display, and it'll be our only evening official sanctioned evening event that we're doing this year.
Yes.
And
we've had sporting events every night.
Yeah, we're curious as to what the turnout will be, so hopefully you'll be a part of that.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there. Real quick, I just have to say, you had Mark LaBelle on earlier. 2 years ago when you brought Dirty Honey on your show, I became a huge fan. I've turned a lot of people on to them. They're such a tremendous band. I was actually at the MMR barbecue, and for the first time since I was probably 19, I was right up front of the stage when they performed. Phenomenal band. Really good.
They're coming back to the Fillmore in January on the 30th. So, Tony, you also have a donation you guys are going to make.
I do. We're going to be donating $5,000 to Camp Out for Hunger.
All right. Jeez.
And, guys, thank you. It's been 9 years. 9 years that you guys have had it here. We've been hosting Xfinity Live, and I got to tell you, I don't think there's anything that I've ever done in a business sense I'm more proud of. What you guys do, and having the largest food drive in the country for however long it's been, it's crazy. You guys, great job to all you guys. And congratulations on the Hall of Fame, guys.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
We appreciate it.
You deserve it. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Tony, guys. Tony Monaco at Xfinity Live, right next to our partner for the longest time. And continues to be. It's such a great. This works out perfect.
It does.
This location is just absolutely made for this event, which is wonderful. Thank you to guests who've been on the show, Michael Barkan, and of course Tony mentioned Mark LaBelle of Dirty Honey. We had a lot of fun with the Flyers alumni, Brad Marsh, Scotty Hartnell, Danny Briere. We did the game out on the Pharaoh's Fury Skelly amusements park ride. And thank you guys all that got up there and did that with us. We appreciate that. It was a lot of fun.
Turns out they're very tidy, Preston.
Yeah. They did that well. I was impressed, actually, with that whole thing. And speaking of tidy, we got the man who is known for his tidiness, Pierre Robert.
Good day.
Pierre Tidy Robert. How you doing, man?
I'm the tidy bull.
Tight and tidy,
Tidy bull.
Yeah.
I am great. And it's the day, we say we got to kick this thing into the ass.
We have to kick into its ass.
Well, no. What I
with
meant
great
was,
vigor.
That's not where you were going with that sentence?
Well,
kick its ass.
We've got to kick this thing in the ass to get the ass going.
Yes.
We've got to get asses to here.
Right.
Yes.
And as an ass myself, I lead the charge. In that,
trying to get the crowd in on this.
In that, we've got to have asses in masses.
Asses in masses.
So that we can have more molasses.
Yes.
Thank you. That's my campaign.
You put the ass in class, Pierre.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because there's a lot of class in getting your ass down here to give us food for the camp out.
Absolutely.
Yes. And furthermore, when elected... All right, I'll come up with the next thing I'll promise you after I'm elected.
All right, so everyone, you start going, harumph, 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 harumph.
Harumph, harumph.
Thank you.
I didn't get a harumph out of that guy.
Excellent.
Watch it.
We're ready to rock.
All right, we are ready to rock?
Oh, yes.
Let's do the letter of the day.
Yes.
Are you ready with that? All right, fire it up, please, Jason.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
D is in hot diggity dog.
All right, we got a D. We need one more letter. We'll get that tomorrow, and then we give away the $300 prize from the Bagster.
Yo.
A dumpster in a bag. Perfect for all home improvement cleanups. Just pick one up today at your local home improvement store. Buy, fill, gone. What are you doing while you hang out here today?
We're going to do a block of Def Leppard. Among other things, we're going to also do a couple of blocks by request. I actually brought vinyl today. Rodney's brought a vinyl turntable. And, well, it's a regular turntable, and it takes vinyl. And I've got Killers tickets. And we have a special friend coming by who we haven't seen in a while. Oh. And there was one other thing. It's all good.
Yes.
Right. Oh, and Jason, I wanted to acknowledge Jason Fayon.
Yes.
Because I've always been trying to acknowledge our board operators each day. It's Jason for you guys. It's Ryan for me. And it's Connor for Jackson. So all these board ops have done a fantastic job.
Amazing. They work
as
hard.
they always
Yeah,
do.
we can't do it
Look
without
at that. A natural applause from the audience.
You guys don't get to hear it, but we communicate with them through our headphones, and they let us know when certain elements that we're going to be playing on the air are happening and so on. But
I'm getting a message now.
Oh, you are? What's it saying?
I don't even have headphones on. Saying the spaceship will land at 3:30, be in the western parking lot.
The spaceship will land at 3:30 in the western parking lot.
I will be assimilated at that time.
Fair enough. All right.
If you're not already assimilated now.
That's what I thought he was already.
I'm half-ass assimilated.
All right.
For asses to be in the...
Molasses with the thing.
Yeah. And I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you today by IBEW. You can join Jackie Bam Bam for Toys for Tots at local 654's Union Hall on November 13th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And information is available at IBEW654.net. And also Trinity Rehab. If you have nagging pain that you can't get rid of, then Trinity Rehab can help. Go to trinity-rehab.com for information. So, tomorrow, our final day of broadcasting, we got some really good guests on the show. Bert Kreischer will be joining us on the program.
Nice.
Yeah. Taylor Momsen of the Pretty Reckless will be on the program. Our good friend, one of the greatest people in the world, Dr. Mike Sirigliano.
Yes.
Great day in the doctor.
Is going to be stopping by here. And we're excited about this. The band that brought us the song 7-Eleven Nachos, Froggy, will be here.
Yeah.
3 ladies in their punk band to perform live. It's the only live music we're having down here. And they may, I don't know, they were supposed to do a Preston and Steve jingle, so we'll see if
Thumbs
that
up
ends
for
happening.
Marissa.
She says yes. All right.
Nice.
And maybe we'll get a pizza ball and the other things that they do. So that and more. But don't forget, tonight it's food trucks and fireworks. It starts at 5 p.m. And Pierre, look, that young lady is wearing one of your masks in the audience right there.
Wow.
I love that. I saw that at the
Citizen.
last second. Tonight, 5 o'clock till 8 o'clock. Make sure you come join us at Xfinity Live. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Thank you guys for being here. We'll see you at the Campbell.